throw money into it and fix it up. And I don't think either my brother or I have the desire or the will to do that.
Okay.
So what we're looking at is, this house on Butler is having somebody come in and take a look at it and say what they think it's worth as is.
Cool.
So the seller now threw out their plans. He threw out everything that they want to do. He knows, Pace now knows that they want to sell. And I love what Pace does next. You guys, y'all are going to need your pens and paper for this, because the approach that he takes is one of, he lists out services. So I want you guys to really take notes to be able to come back, because I really love this approach. He doesn't do this approach on all his calls, but I really, really love this approach. So let's go and see how Pace exactly, he goes through the process of elimination on this call. And so let's see how he lists the options and how he positions himself.
That'd be right, Johnny? I mean, did I say anything wrong?
That's pretty much it, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
So I'll go back a little bit because I want to highlight something that just happened too.
Would that be right, Johnny? I mean, did I say anything wrong? Is having somebody come in and take a look at it and say what they think it's worth as is.
Cool.
Would that be right, Johnny? I mean, did I say anything wrong?
That's pretty much it, yeah.
So can anyone tell me what just happened between the brothers?
One brother transferred the decision making to the other.
Right. He got him involved. He confirmed, making sure they're synced. Now, that's like a perfect layup on this call. But when you're dealing with, let's say in an imperfect layup like that, what I would like for everyone to do, what I do, is I then say, okay, great. Hey, Tommy, do you have anything to add to that? And you get his opinion, right? Because you don't want to move forward unless you understand what each person wants, because a lot of times they could want different things. Different things could be important to them. So while this was a perfect home run in terms of them being synced up with a husband and wife or family members, you always want to ask, hey, Tommy or John or Judy, do you have anything else to add to what your partner just said? So that you get the both perspectives, because a lot of times they haven't agreed yet, a lot of times. So you want to get that out of the way so you understand, and based on presenting your options, you could address both people. And a lot of times when you call them back, if you don't do this, the other person may feel like their concerns weren't addressed, and they may kill the deal, because they will be against, like, oh no, I don't want to sell, yada yada yada, because their issues weren't addressed. So it's a major key. It was a layup in this call, but please make sure when you have two people on the line, make sure that both decision makers voice their opinion. Does that make sense, guys?
Yep.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Let's continue on. So Pace is now going to get into presenting options.
Cool.
It's
So
got a pool and it's got a fireplace that's been added to the original dwelling, so.
love it. So let me tell you, just from a real estate standpoint, what your guys' options are as far as my experience level goes.
Sure.
Option number one is very.
Let me tell you what you guys' options are according to my experience level, right? That could be anything. But again, he's setting himself up as an authority and as a professional with credibility based on his experience, right? That's a setup there. That statement is very important. It seems like nothing, but it's a really, 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 really great statement to get into now giving options. So he's going to get into it now. Option one.
common knowledge. Everybody knows about option one, which is hiring a real estate agent and going through the anguish of, listing on the market and, taking offers, negotiating with the buyer, going that process, and then ultimately getting much less than what you actually listed it for after commissions and closing costs and all that kind of stuff.
What just happened, guys?
Scorched the earth.
Oof. He scorched the earth on agents, on listing it with an agent. He literally just like scorched agents, and I mean, it is what it is. Do you guys see that? He presents it, but he presents it with a negative light on it because he's guiding them. To be the hero, you got to guide people. You got to let them come up with a decision on their own, but you have to guide them to that decision. Do you guys see that? Perfect.
I got a question real quick.
Yep.
So let's say that you are an investor agent.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think that you would take the approach of talking about listing it on the market, which you really don't necessarily want them to do, but you are an agent, so you could pivot and be their agent? How would you have that conversation, or how would you change it up?
Love it. So he gets into that. I can answer your question, but then he gets into explaining how he could be of value to them. So if we don't get through that, please remember that question. If we don't get to that part today, I would answer it for you. But I'd rather us go through the call and show how Pace sets himself up to be the person that they could go with in any one of these options, although he's kind of scorching the earth on agents right now, right? So, cool, Tanisha?
Yes, of course.
All right, cool. Any more questions on what just happened, guys? No, let's go.
Have you guys explored that option yet?
I'll be honest, no. It's just not anything it's not anything I want to deal with, and I don't think it's anything my brother wants to deal with.
Cool. Yeah, most clients
we
don't.
felt that it would be somebody like you that would possibly just say,
Well, let's hear the options, Johnny.
So option number two, that's option number one. You could go that direction. You're typically going to get more money, but it's going to take a considerable amount more time and anguish, and it's probably not worth the amount of flesh you're going to have to put into it. Also, real estate agents will typically tell you, hey, I can sell it for this much money, and then it ends up being less, and then they start asking you, hey, I know you told me you want to sell it as is, but now, I'm getting offers where, the buyers are wanting you to do this, 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 and this, and then you get into arguments, and it probably isn't the route you want to go. Most clients don't go that direction. Option two.
All of that is a part of scorching the earth. He is going through the experience of selling on the market, right? He is scorching the earth on agents. That's what that is, right? And so he's explaining what that process is, although he comes back a little later and positions himself to be a resource in that particular option. So we'll watch how he does it, but I'll kind of let the call go on. Cool? So now we're going to option two.
Go with a cash buyer. So a cash buyer is somebody like me, and I do basically I will do any and all of these options, but I think the option you think that most investors would do, it would be option two, which is, hey, I come in, there's no appraisal, there's no inspection, there's no repair ask. I'm not going to come in and say, hey guys, this AC unit's old, so you're gonna have to give me a credit. My price is my price. There's no fees, there's no renegotiating. If I give you a number, that's my number. We set a closing date probably within 7 to 10 business days. Sometimes it goes up to 30 days, depending on if you guys are still getting things out of the house. And it's a very easy transaction, like super, super, super easy transaction, and you're done.
Do you guys see that? It's pretty straightforward at this point, right? He is just listing all of the benefits. to making this a super easy transaction. This is option 2, which is a cash buy. Provided all of the benefits, and he's catering it to their situation. He's talking about helping them get things out of the house. He's using the lingo of a probate, right? And so he's just setting up the options, walking them through and pivoting based on the situation, right? Because if it wasn't a probate, he wouldn't use a lot of this language. He would say it in a different way that relates to their situation. So very important to do. Always relate things. The options are the same, but the lingo and how you relate it could change based on the situation. We cool with that? That's very basic. Those are the options. And maybe someone on this call may not know all of those benefits. And that's fine. It's a matter of, I could post this. I'm not sure if this one is in the vault. I could post this on the forum once we're done, so that you guys could kind of take this and write down all of the options that comes with the cash offer, or even how to scorch the earth on a agent, right? So I could absolutely do that, right? He said the price is the price. There's no going back on it. Love it. It's really basic, straight to the point listing of what that cash offer is going to look like. All right, so I'm going to continue on now.
Option 3 is unique. It's a hybrid where basically I do this with probably 10 or 15% of the clients that probate attorneys send over to me.
What just happened right there?
Credibility.
Credibility. I do this with 10 to 15% of the clients that probate send to me. Credibility. He's always building credibility. And what else? What else is he doing? What else is he going to do? What do you guys think he's gonna do?
Buy the house.
He's also third-party story. Exactly. He's going into a third-party story, right? Like when you set up, I do this with 10 to 15% of the people that probate attorneys send my way. You're going into telling a story. And so now he's just set up the groundwork for a third-party story. So let us continue on. Do you guys have any questions with that setup? It's just the setup. He's setting the plate to now get into his third-party story and what he does, right? So let's continue on.
Where they say, look, we don't either have the funds, the wherewithal, or the 15% of the clients that probate attorneys send over to me, where they say, look, we don't either have the funds, the wherewithal, or the experience, but we do have the time and we do have a desire to get as much money as we possibly can. And what I call this is, I call this a novation agreement, Novation, novation. And what a novation agreement is it means I don't actually buy the house from you, but what I do is I go through, because I'm a contractor as well, and I renovate, clean up the property, I list it on the thing, and then we work out a split where you guys make a little bit more money, I make some money, and I manage, pay for the construction all the way through the process.
Guys, oh my goodness. Who, guys, somebody tell me, please, what just happened?
You just bought a house.
Okay, he may have bought a house. Who else could tell me the basic explanation, guys? Like, if you don't know what a novation means and how it's spelled and all of that, after he just explained that, he explained it like he was talking to a 5-year-old. He explained it so basic that anyone would understand what a novation agreement is. And he came from a place of being a professional, a place of, well, 10 to 15% of people do this. You get more money. He lists the benefits. He also threw in more credibility in there. Oh, I am a contractor as well, so I could come in with my crew and do all of this. And he breaks it down in the most simple form. a lot of times when we speak to sellers, we leave things on a very high level where they just don't get it. And it's like confusing. And guess what? A confused mind will always say no. And so he breaks it down in the most simple form so that anybody could follow, right? Do you guys see that? Perfect. So let's continue on, guys. It's really, really imperative. I know, like, when we learn a lot of this stuff, we feel like we just got to throw our knowledge out there on people. Matter of fact, I'm gonna give a joke. Where is my boy George Edwards in here? Where he at? I'm gonna joke on him real quick. Is he in here? I wouldn't joke on him if he's not in here. I like to laugh at people in their face. Is he in here? Is George Edwards in here? I can't see the participation thing to see. He is? What up, bro? So I'm gonna give a story. George and I, we were out. We were with some investors. We were looking at some properties with some investors. I would say we had milk on our faces still. We hadn't done deals yet, but we were out looking at these properties. And here it is that we're walking in with two investors who have been, one was like a previous mentor from Elite. That's where I did my mentorship first. And then this other guy that owns like 30 properties, been doing this for 30 plus years, yada, 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 right? That's kind of just setting the ground. We're talking about experienced people here. One of them is selling one of their properties. And then George comes and talks about a novation. Like, hey guys, so how about we do a novation? And they're like, huh? A novation? What is that? And he tries to break it down to them, and they basically like, what are you talking about? Like, no, that's not an innovation, that's a partnership. And because George knew what he was talking about, but he used the big lingo terms, they didn't understand what innovation really meant. And he wasn't able to break it down back then. And we were still really young in how we explain things. I'm sure if he did it today, he would do a much better job at it because we've all grown considerably. But he wasn't able to relate to these 30 years plus investors who had no idea what innovation was because he used it as how we learned it. And so they were like, no, what you're talking about is a partnership. It's basically a JV. And they basically shut him down. They laughed. And I was just like, oh my goodness, yikes. Because we learn all these big words thinking that these people may know 30 years in the business, but they don't. So no matter who you talk to, guys, try to break these terminologies down in a way where even a baby could understand. And if they do, and they're like, oh, you mean innovation? Like, oh yeah, awesome. You know what that means? Great, let's continue on, right? Always break it down, no matter who you're talking to, because people who've been doing this business for 30 years don't understand what innovation means. So I just wanted to put that in there so that the importance of a seller or an investor, talk to them as if you're talking to a 5-year-old until they tell you like, oh, you mean innovation, or you mean seller finance, or you mean a sub 2. Oh yeah, awesome. I'm glad when I don't have to break these things down, and then you step it up based on their level. You kind of, it's you fishing to see their understanding abilities, right? Does that make sense, guys? Somebody unmuted, so I'm guessing that they had a question or they wanted to hear us. I don't know. Cool. So let's continue on.
The advantage for an investor to go that route is that is the house paid off, or is there a mortgage?
It's paid off.
Okay, so the advantage there is, as an investor, if I go and do option 2, which is just buying it cash, I sink in a lot of money and I have a lot of risk as an investor going that route, right? Let's say that we've got this foreclosure moratorium coming up that I think they're going to stop, halting the foreclosures, and we have, what was it, like 25 million people didn't pay their mortgages in July, and it's just like this some crazy thing. So what I worry about, I'm not worried about it right now, but I'm just saying what could happen for an investor is they come in and go, man, I got to sink in all this cash, and what happens during my renovation process if the moratorium gets lifted and now the price of homes drops and I end up losing money, right?
Anyone?
It sounds
Yeah.
like he took his buyer hat off, kind of.
He absolutely did. He's talking from a place of like just being a friend, right? Like he's letting them know some of his concerns, what's going on. He's giving statistics. He knows what he's talking about. And so he's building credibility throughout this entire thing. So it's really important, guys, to kind of know what you're talking about, or give third-party stories that like, hey, so one of my buddies, one of my investor friends, even if you're not doing it, I mean, I faked it until I made it, and now I could use my own stories, but I would leverage the heck out of other people's stories. Like, just do it. You got so many people, business partners in this mentorship that you could use and leverage their stories. Leverage everyone's story. All right, guys, it's a major thing. Cool,
Hey,
guys?
Keston, I feel like he's also pushing them away a little bit from option 2. Like he prefers to do option 3 overall.
So that's a really good point, and I was going to bring this up a little later. He is literally using all these options against each other, right? Like he's leveraging option 1 to push the option 2, to push the option 3, to go back to option 2. And so he's really just talking like a friend. It's almost like, picture him being at a bar and just having a conversation with someone, kind of just talking real estate. That's what I picture when I hear this conversation, because it's so light. It's so like, hey, this is the truth and facts about everything that we do and what I believe, and hey, which option do you want, kind of thing. So it's really major.
I had another thought on that. If he's pushing up against the way for option 2, he's also kind of, because he's talking about the risk to him, he's also justifying a lower offer.
All a part of the plan. Good point. Really good point. EL.
Yeah, I wanted to say it before, but I think he was planning it from the beginning. Of course, the way it's set up for 3 options, always you're pointing the person to the third option. The first one will be always eliminated. Think of it. When somebody is presenting you an options, normally when there are 3 options, you want them to take the third one, and you don't care if they will take the second one. That's what he's doing. It's all planned. It's like easy.
Yeah, I must say so. And in this call, there are more than 3 options. So let's see how he goes through that. There's quite a few options, guys. So right now he is going through a hybrid where they work together. So here we go. I'm gonna continue on. Anything else before we move on? Everybody good? Cool. Let's go on. People love options. It's so major. Like, you go to a restaurant, you want options. You don't want one thing, you know? So it's really, really good point.
Absolutely. Yep, totally understand.
The advantage of option 3, the novation agreement, is that the investor, there's 2 advantages. The investor doesn't have as much at risk, and then the seller, which would be you guys have more upside by not requiring the investor to come in with cash and wipe you guys out, you guys move on, and then the investor takes on the project themselves. So some upside for you. However, I'm kind of worried about the market, not overly, but I am worried about the market in the sense of I feel like there's a pending issue coming up. I feel it in my bones.
And you feel it, we feel it them too, because I think we have the same concern,
Yeah.
but probably not based on the facts that you actually are looking at and have
Right.
that same. So understood what you're saying.
So option 4 is another.
Does anyone want to kind of go through what just happened? what just happened with the concern and all of that? Like, does anyone want to kind of touch on that?
They're on the same team.
They're on the same team. Really good point. Really good point. Fear and uncertainty. Yup. Fear, uncertainty, and doubt. A tad bit of pull away. Yup. All really good, really good suggestions and thought process. That is exactly it. He also did within the pull away, it's pulling, he's kind of anchoring the price too, right? Because subconsciously, he's saying that it's like the market may crash. And so he's planting these seeds, which at that time was a really valid concern. That's what was, everyone kind of thought that, right? So he's literally kind of putting that out there, letting them know, hey, if we do go this route, there's some uncertainty here, so I may need a price adjustment. He didn't say that, but that's what I got from it, in him kind of pushing on that seed of uncertainty, right? So are we good with that? Could we go on from that? Yeah. Cool. Let's go.
Very interesting process, and it would be seller financing. So essentially,
this is option 4. Let me go back a little bit.
Understood what you're saying.
So option 4 is another very interesting process, and it would be seller financing. So essentially, and this is very rare that people go this route with a probate situation, because
what just happened? He's presenting the option, but what just happened? He's literally telling them, no, don't choose this, right? He's saying it's very rare that people do this option. So a few things. He pulled away, he gave credibility, and he plants that seed of saying, I do this, and people don't do this. So it's almost like a third-party story embedded in that statement, because very rare that people do this, right? Like, so that statement alone is kind of packed with different subliminal messages. Cool?
For a variety.
Could you please rewind? I can't pronounce that word, but I could rewind. Sure. That part. No problem.
Is another very interesting process, and it would be seller financing. So essentially, and this is very rare that people go this route with a probate situation, because for a variety of issues, most
do you get it, bro? Harvey? You good now, Harv? I'm not sure what you wanted to get from that, but cool, you're good. You see what we pointed out? So now he's gonna go into all of the reasons why. So let's jump into that.
People that are inheriting the property say, I just want the cash and I don't want to deal with it. But seller finance would be, you guys kind of name your price, and then we work out a situation where the estate becomes my bank. So
Understood.
Boom. Guys, again, he's using terminology that applies. He says, where now the estate becomes my bank. When you're talking to a tired landlord, you don't say that, right? You don't say your estate becomes my bank. You talk more directly to them. You apply it to the property, right? And so please, depending on the situation, use the verbiage that applies. It's really important, because it helps the seller to stay and track with you instead of talking your own lingo, right? I think it's super important to stay within the realm of whatever you're talking about and the situation. So I'm gonna go back a little bit and just kind of let it flow.
Most people that are inheriting the property say, I just want the cash and I don't want to deal with it. But seller finance would be, you guys kind of name your price, and then we work out a situation where the estate becomes my bank. So
Understood.
I would make we basically create a 30-year mortgage, and you guys would get a mortgage payment every month with interest, and ultimately the estate would make a considerable amount more money, but it would be over a very long period of time.
Yes, and that isn't of interest. I can safely say that, right, John?
As far as the option,
Okay, so a couple of things just happened. Who want to tell me what they believe just happened? What's your opinion on what just happened? Does anyone want to point out what they believe just happened there? So, what I believe just happened. Okay, there we go. Who got it?
Pace led him to the what he wanted to say.
Say that one more time, Eddie.
Sorry, I'm at the gym.
No.
Pace led them exactly where he wanted them to say by originally telling them like, all right, Ford's out of the picture. And they're like, yeah, you're right. I don't want that.
Exactly. Really, really, really strong point. He literally let them. And if you listen to his tonality, like let's play that back and listen to his tonality, like versus somebody who he wants to choose that option. Let's listen to that again.
That isn't of interest. I can safely say that, right, John?
30-year mortgage, and you guys would get a mortgage payment every month with interest, and ultimately the estate would make a considerable amount more money, but it would be over a very long period of time.
Over a very long period of time. Would you say that to anyone that you want to do seller finance?
Definitely not.
You will not. Absolutely not. So the emphasis that he's putting on it is getting them to move away from it, right? And it's very subtle, guys. These are very subtle things, but these are things that guides the seller to where you want them to be. And so it's really important to kind of just hear these things and practice them in our own calls, because he's literally guiding them away. That tonality is major. He could have mentioned the balloon. He could have mentioned so many things, but he doesn't want them to choose this option, right? Like this isn't the option that he really wants. So he's guiding them away from it when typically he would want this option, right? Like typically we do want a seller finance deal, but that's not what he wants for this. So let's continue on and let's see how he continues to do. Does anyone have any questions?
I got something to say, bro.
Go for it, George.
All right, so is some of it is what Pace wants, but ultimately he knows the narrative from the seller. Just as if a car salesman, if a family walks in, he's not going to try to sell them on a Corvette. He's going to go with the the family size vehicle. So Pace knows the narrative of this seller they're trying to get from under the property. So the seller finance, he knows in the back of his mind, is not going to look as attractive to them.
That's a major point. Thanks for bringing that out, George. Guys, that point right there is probably the biggest point for what he's doing throughout this entire thing. Remember, before he was saying he has a lot of experience with this, and he knows kind of what people in their position go for. And so he's just kind of laying it out, but he already knows like they're going to go for option 2 or 3. He knows that, right? Or option 1 or 2. So he's guiding them, giving them the option because it builds more credibility, but he knows that people in this situation typically goes for not this option. So thanks for highlighting that, George. That's amazing point that you brought up right there. Somebody else was trying to say something.
Yeah, I wanted to point out real quick, like just that example that George used, like that's a great example to use. Like, say if a seller is kind of being doesn't want to give you much information or doesn't really want to give you a price, like that's a good way to kind of present, like, you know, how we have the options, but you know. So like this option may not work for you. Like think of it, like you said, think of it as like a family going to buy a car. You know, you have different options. So I like that example that you used.
Yep.
Does that make sense? Yeah.
Oh yeah, it makes perfect sense. And that's how, I mean, that's how I know George is even growing. Like he's giving examples, talking in third-party stories. I love it. That's why I hang out with people like that. You know what I mean? No, that's a great example, man. Thanks for highlighting that. Let me go back a little bit and continue on.
Make a considerable amount more money, but it would be over a very long period of time.
Yes, and that isn't of interest. I can safely say that, right, John?
Again, right, John? Guys, if you don't have someone that is continuously pulling that other person into the conversation and they're quiet, get them to talk. Ask them, hey, you, John, you're pretty quiet, man. What's your opinion? Get them in there talking, because you don't want John to have all the opinions when you're gone, and it's maybe a valid point. Get them talking. So I just wanted to point that out real quick. He doesn't have to do it a lot on this call because the brother is continuously pulling him in, but I just wanted to point that out. So let's hear John and what he's about to say.
The options are concerned right now, I would be aligned to think between 2 and 3.
Got it.
And leaning towards 2, to be honest.
Exactly.
Got
At the
it.
end of the day.
So I haven't done any research on the property, but I'm planning on doing that today, just based on this conversation.
Sure.
What are you guys feeling you're shooting for? What are you guys trying to get price wise?
He gave the options. There are 4 options he gave. They are now telling him where he wants to be, where they want to be. So we're moving into another part of the call, and depending on who I'm talking to, I highlight this. So we're just finished talking about the mechanics. Now we're going to get into financials, right? Like, so how it works, what option, that's the mechanics of how this works. And now we're going to start talking price. 2 absolutely different conversations, but now we're going to get into what you guys are looking at now that I know what options you're kind of thinking about, right? It, depending on the seller, it just kind of works really well when you highlight that. You let them know kind of, okay, we're at this part in our conversation. It's almost like doing a presentation, right? And so now he's switching gears and now he's getting the price.
Zillow says price is $300 today.
Pay attention to what happens here, guys. I really like what they said. So I'm gonna go back a little bit and just kind of let the lead up come.
Is $300 today. It just hit $300 today. It's been.
What are you guys feeling you're shooting for? What are you guys trying to get price wise?
Well, Zillow says price is $300 today. It just hit $300 today. It's been in the upper 290s for a while. And quite frankly, it's been treated a couple times for termites.
Mm-hmm.
But don't know.
There's a warranty on there.
Yeah, thank you, Johnny. And I guess, quite frankly, we just don't know what we would be expecting. I mean,
well, this is where some good advice comes in, and I'm not obviously I'm an investor, so you got to take what I'm saying with
what just happened,
salt.
guys. Really quickly, I love using that line. Personally, I love using that line. I'm an investor, so take what I say with a grain of salt. Like, I absolutely love saying that, because he's pulling away. He's gonna give them advice, but he's pulling away, and it's saying, hey, take what I'm saying with a grain of salt, but right? And he's building credibility. He's setting up a third-party story, and now he's going to tell them basically what they need to look out for and what they could do and how this kind of works. So let's hear him kind of get into it. He's definitely controlling it, absolutely controlling it, every single part of it. And yes, he's bringing up objections before they do, and now he's going to explain something about like just the Zillow thing, which is a major objection that sellers have. So here's how he deals with it.
Of course.
So anytime I look at Zillow, we all know like the funny jokes people make about Zillow, that it's not accurate, whatever. But I feel like
what did he just say? How did somebody tell me what just happened?
He basically took their credibility away by saying that everyone makes jokes about Zillow.
He did.
Scorched the earth.
He's starting to, and he made it fun. He didn't just say, well, Zillow isn't right, Zillow isn't accurate. He didn't say that. He made it into a joke. He said, well, y'all know the funny jokes that people say about Zillow, that, you know, it's not accurate or whatever. He did it in such a beautiful, unharming way where now it's so different than just saying, well, you know, Zillow is incredible or Zillow isn't accurate. It's not fighting. It's like, it's light. It's a funny joke amongst people. So it's kind of like, this is what happens. This is what people laugh and talk about. And to me, that would go such a long way. I love that. I particularly loved, like, y'all know the funny jokes what people say about Zillow. Like, you know, I mean, how many times people say, well, y'all know what they say, da 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 da. You know, like, you know, what's a joke people say? Oh, y'all know what they say about men with big feet. You know, like it's kind of like that, right? You kind of put out a joke where it's like, it's a kind of like a common thing. So I really love that. Anyway, let's go back and press play on that again.
Salt.
Of course.
So anytime I look at Zillow, we all know like the funny jokes people make about Zillow, that it's not accurate, whatever. But I feel like Zillow is actually pretty decent and pretty accurate. But the number that they're putting online is not the as-is price. They're putting the price online of what it would be if it was renovated and it was brought up to 2020
guys
standards.
He's literally saying the same thing that we practice on the Daily Dial, but how he got in there and how he's relating it. So he took away credibility from Zillow. He's saying that everybody else says that Zillow isn't accurate, but I actually think they're pretty accurate, but this is what they do. So it's almost like he's approving and confirming their number and saying, yes, Zillow is credible, but this is what they do. So it's a longer way to get to the same thing, but it's having the seller on your side and building that credibility, rapport, and everything all in one. And now they are most like, they'll believe you. Thank you, baby. They're much, much, much more likely to believe you because of how you got there. Do you guys see that? I'm gonna let that play again because I thought that was some ninja stuff right there, man. That was like amazing. Somebody had something to say?
I was to say if we could replay it, but I got it.
Mm-mm.
I think he's also referring, if you heard before, one of the brothers, he said, now it's 300, but a few days ago it was in the after 290 or something. So he was very accurate about Zillow. So Pace had to counter that.
Absolutely.
That's close the loop, because and then he gives them some credibility in order to bring up the renovation thing that we are buying it as is and not in the Zillow price, which is after repair.
100%. 100%. Let's see how he does that again. This is absolutely sniper right here. I love it.
That it's not accurate, whatever. obviously I'm an investor, so you got to take what I'm saying with a grain of salt.
Of course.
So anytime I look at Zillow, we all know like the funny jokes people make about Zillow that it's not accurate, whatever. But I feel like Zillow is actually pretty decent and pretty accurate. But the number that they're putting online is not the as-is price. They're putting the price online of what it would be if it was renovated and it was brought up to 2020 standards.
Got it, Don?
Yeah.
Does anyone have any questions or anything about what just happened? I think it's so important to kind of learn that, not kind of fight them, but work with them and kind of how you get them there. We good?
Yep.
All right, cool. Let's listen on.
Absolutely.
So a lot of times, let's say, like for example, let's say I bought a house 2 weeks ago. The Zillow number was $500,000, but the house needed a $75,000 renovation.
What is he doing, guys? What is he doing? Throughout this call, it's a common theme throughout the call. Third-party story, credibility, anchoring. Like, guys, throughout the entire call, he's doing this. And now he bought a house about 2 weeks ago. And does it really matter? Typically, does he talk about what the Zillow price was? Does he even really remember that? Probably not. Like literally, probably not, right? Like nobody really remembers what the Zillow price was, like on a property they bought. Like no. But he's relating it back to get them to where he wants them to go, right? Like, guys, it's genius. It's amazing. Like really, really, really good. This is like such a fantastic call, but down like this, we would miss a lot of these really key things that's happening here, and it's just simply amazing. So I'm gonna go back and play that again.
Would be if it was renovated and it was brought up to 2020 standards.
Absolutely.
So a lot of times, let's say, like for example, let's say I bought a house 2 weeks ago. The Zillow number was $500,000, but the house needed a $75,000 renovation. So here's how investors look at this, and this will help you for option 2 and option 3.
He's relating it back to the options. He's given third-party stories. He's setting himself up. So it's like genius. Let's go.
Option 3, if I'm going to go do a renovation with you guys, and the house that we're going to put the house on the market at the end of it at 300 to 320, let's say we make it really nice and we shoot for the stars and we think it's worth 320 after a renovation. My wife will list the property and she'll save us a bunch of money on our listing side, but I still have to pay a buyer's agent money to bring a buyer to the table. Okay,
Tanisha, he's answering your question. So particularly you pay attention to how he's tying it back to if you're an agent, because now he bought in his wife and he's getting into that. So I'll go back a little bit, Tanisha, so pay particular attention to him answering that question that you asked earlier.
Got it.
We're going to put the house on the market at the end of it at 300 to 320, let's say we make it really nice and we shoot for the stars and we think it's worth 320 after a renovation. My wife will list the property and she'll save us a bunch of money on our listing side, but I still have to pay a buyer's agent money to bring a buyer to the table. Okay. And in Maricopa County, 99.9%, if not almost 100% of houses that get sold, it does not get sold by the listing agent bringing a buyer. The listing agent simply lists the property, the buyer's agent brings the buyer to the table, and you as the seller end up having to pay 3% to both sides. Now, my wife will list the property for a flat fee of $1,000, which is about 1/3%. So you save a lot of money there, but unfortunately, with closing costs, something that we call BINSRS, which is an acronym, stands for Buyer's Inspection Notice Seller's Response, not important for this conversation. With all of the things you have to pay for, the average cost to sell a home for an investor in Maricopa County is 8%. That's even with my wife's reduced discounted price.
What just happened, guys? I let it play very long, so there's a lot of little nuggets in there, but who could basically tell me in a nutshell what just happened? Anchoring. Yep. Did the calculations. So he's doing calculations. Nobody else got it? Nobody else picked up on anything in that entire minute that we allowed it to play? Reality check.
Scorching the earth.
Scorching the earth. Concessions. He is challenging their perspective on price. Exactly. And so he is going through the entire process, walking them through how much it costs to do things. And so with all these numbers that he's calculating, he's working his price down. And he already said, if we wanted to shoot for the stars at 320, remember, guys, he started this analogy of 2 weeks ago, I sold or bought a house for $500,000. So he started with a third-party story, but he's ending with talking about their house. And so at some point, did anyone see when he kind of brought it back to their house and he got away from the third-party story? Like, it happens so seamlessly that many people don't catch what's happening, and I let it play. I didn't stop it. But he bought them right back using numbers, and he's not done. He's not done. I just wanted to stop to highlight, to make you guys kind of pay attention, because it seemed like, I don't know if you guys were catching these things, but he bought it back to their house, and he's working the numbers with the seller. He's talking them through the cost to sell a property. Tanisha, did he answer your question, or should I explain it for you? Do you feel like you got, well, here's what, tell me what you got from what was just said, and I will rewind afterwards.
Yeah, I think he did do the pivot on at the end where he was able to bring a realtor into his side of it. But what I was asking more was, if you're on the front end of the call and you are an investor, but you're also an agent, so you don't per se want to knock down the agent if you are one, if you potentially pivot to later being the realtor who can list for them. So I was just wondering how you balance that, not necessarily saying kind of the scorching out the realtor side, but still balancing where you can go back to it if you need to, and then you become the one who can get the listing.
Got it. So in my opinion, what I heard was him coming back to the realtor side. So
la pili amekuwa maarufu sana, ndio. Kwa hivyo unajua Haji,
like how he's the emphasis and where it is and what it's on and how he's pulling that price down. Exactly. He's just continuing to pull the price down and anchor it. Right? All right, cool. Let's continue on.
Even with my wife's reduced discounted price. So if let's say we sell it for $320, okay?
So now he's getting into the breakdown, the facts of it.
Let me work it. Let me get my calendar or calculator. This is good for you guys, just in case you choose to go down option 3. And
what did he just do? This is good for you guys, just in case you decide to go down option 3.
He just told them which one he wants them to pick.
Okay.
He gave them permission.
He gave them permission to choose. He's leaving it open and telling them you could choose whichever you want. So if you decide to do option 3, let's just work it out and see what it would come up to. So he's giving them permission. He's not telling them, I wouldn't choose that. Hey, just in case you wanted to go with this, let me just give you the information, right? And so it's very unattached. I love that word. He's being super unattached from any offer, but in the emphasis in how he's talking, we know because we're studying it, right? Like this call, we're still on 13 minutes, and it's just these real subliminal things that he's doing to guide them to where he needs to be. So this is like major. So let's continue on. Now we're gonna get into numbers and watch him work it down.
Say we get a full price offer at $320. I'm gonna multiply that by 0.92, which is 92%. That means we sell it for $320 after commissions, closing costs, Benzers, seller concessions, home warranty, and all the things you got to pay for. We would walk away with $294,400. Now, what do you guys think the renovation cost would be on the house? Is it like a $10,000 rehab or is it like a $50,000 rehab?
What just happened, guys? I'll tell you, I do this a lot with my sellers simply because of how he did that, I started to implement this whole numbers thing and kind of walking through with the seller the numbers. Like when you show them, hey, so off the top, if we sold it for listing price, let's just say it was sold for listing price, and you multiply that 0.92 off the top, this is where we start from, because that's what it's going to cost us to sell the house. It's a reality check. It really is a reality check. Like, it's amazing to do this. Like, it's, guys, knowing your numbers and being able to do this live with a seller is major. And for a lot of us, this may take 2 calls, right? Like, it may not all be on one call where you kind of do all of this, because some sellers, it may be too much. After you explain the mechanics, you may want to schedule another call to do the numbers, because some sellers just don't get it. And, you know, we're all not as smooth as Pace. So it may take 2 calls, and that's okay. But this is major. This is very major to walk them through and bring them down. So now he did the 0.92, which is the 8% cost to sell a property, and now he asked them, hey, what about renovation? Do you think it's a 10,000 renovation or 50,000 renovation? So now he's giving them permission to open up and pick from this spectrum and watch what happens next. It's really interesting, and let's hear what happens next.
Do you want me to get involved with this one, Wes?
I would just take a guess.
I have a
Major. Gives them the permission to be wrong. Like, hey, I would just take a guess. Like, it's okay. And I believe it was Donovan, Don Rich. He uses wish number. I use that all the time now. Like, hey, just give me your wish number. Give me, like, it doesn't matter. You know, I had such a crazy call recently with a lady who's trying to sell us like 5 properties. And I'm like, what's your wish number on all of these properties? And she had so much fun giving her wish number because it gives her permission to be wrong and to be like, just tell me what you want, you know? And so you gave them permission to guess. They don't have to be right. Like, don't stress over it. It's just a conversation. Right, guys?
I'd say maybe somewhere between 20 and 25, maybe.
Okay, cool. So let's do 25.
I would have said a little higher than that, but okay.
What I usually...
Y'all see what happened there? Now there's disagreement on there where the other brother thinks it's more. So they're kind of anchoring against themselves, but Pace lets it go. He lets it go because it's not really important to this call right now because somebody needs to go look at it anyway. But at least we know where they're thinking. So I'm going to go back a little bit and have it move forward.
I'd say maybe somewhere between 20 and 25, maybe.
Okay, cool. So let's do 25.
I would have said a little higher than that, but okay.
What I usually do is I take 25 because my company will typically hit budget plus about $5,000 in like miscellaneous. Yeah. So I'll do that, and then I'll take out $5,000 in just what we call fluff. Okay.
Okay.
So that.
Guys, like, I understand that many of us may not have done a flip before or may not know a lot about flips, or it's just not a part of your business. Even if you learned, like, if you just memorized a lot of this stuff, man, I'm telling you, you would be able, and you present this as yours or what you do in your business or how you and your business partners work, and you're able to kind of reiterate things just like how Pace is doing right now, it goes such a long way because it shows that you have a system and they will not challenge your system. They will take it, guaranteed. Even before I started doing this stuff myself, you would swear like I had a company doing a lot of these things, and now I'm able to use my own experience, but just being able to talk about it, practice saying it. You're gonna mess up, you're gonna say the wrong things on some of the calls, and that's okay, but you're putting in those reps, you're putting in the reps to be able to explain this stuff. So take it in and kind of learn it, right? Learn it so that you're able to present and walk them through the numbers.
That means that after a renovation, after commissions, closing costs, all that kind of stuff, the best number that we would get is $264,400 after rehab, after all that kind of stuff.
So he just gave them his number after rehab, right? So now he's walking them down from their price, from the 300 Zillow number. He's walking them down, right? You guys have any questions? Is there any questions so far?
Hey, Captain, I got a question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so, and I apologize, I've been doing another thing at the same time, but so yeah, he gives him the 92%, and then he asks for the renovation costs. I mean, how granular do we want to get with that explanation? Because that's, at some point, I mean, we don't want to tell them that we have to build in a profit for the buyer.
Why not?
I mean, we're coming at this as the end buyer, right?
Well, what he's doing is he's positioning himself as a partner with them, right? And so when you have a buyer coming in, he's working out. So this is to list it on the market. This is the number that he's running right now, right?
Right.
So he's working with them. He's on the same side as them. And so he's working through the numbers in which a realtor would typically do. but he's doing that right now and showing them how much it's going to cost to sell the property. And so this is very important to show them this detail, because at some point you are going to have to.
Okay. All right. Can you maybe rewind that a little bit, please?
Sure. Tell me what you're a little confused about, because I hear some hesitation in your voice.
Yeah, like I said, I was just doing another thing at the same time, and I didn't fully hear. I heard him say the 92%. I heard him ask about the renovation. I don't really know what happened after that.
Okay, got it. So, just for you, Felipe, just for today, and we may charge you the next time, we'll go back, okay?
Thanks, brother.
All right, hold on.
Okay.
Okay.
So that means that after a renovation, after commissions, closing costs, all that kind of stuff, the best number
I
that we
can't
would
hear
get is
anything.
264,000. You guys can't hear me?
I cannot hear Pace anymore. I only hear you.
It's because you have to go on her. You have to go like to Keston. Like you have to go like be on him on your screen. If not, you won't hear the video.
Yeah, you have to zoom out. Zoom on.
Wait, I have to have Pace on my screen?
If you leave the app, you won't hear Pace.
I didn't leave the app.
Sonia, are you on your phone or are you on your computer?
I'm on my phone.
I think that's what the issue is. I think you need to be on your computer for the way Keston's doing this breakdown.
Okay, I'll go on my computer.
Yeah, and real quick, sometimes I use my phone too, and sometimes if I look at the chat, then I can't hear Pace in the video. Sometimes it does that, but most of the time I can hear him. But that might be it. Yeah, and I have an Android too. So that might be it. If you're looking at the chat, you might not be able to hear the video. Just okay.
Oh man, sorry, we can't help Android users, Sonia. We apologize in advance.
Quite all right.
All right, let's continue on.
Kind of stuff. The best number that we would get is $264,400 after rehab, after all that kind of stuff. So what happens is now you look at it, you go, okay, well, I've got utilities, taxes, I've got all that kind of stuff along the way. So
we're continuing past where we paused just now, and I want to make sure that Felipe gets his question answered. I'm not sure if I went back far enough or what. Felipe, how do you feel about the question you asked?
I don't know. So he's just continuing to go down all the laundry list of expenses that he's going to incur, basically.
That they're going to incur together.
Yeah, right. Yeah, because
you see the difference. You see the difference how you said it and how I said it.
Yeah.
The expenses that he's going to incur versus the expenses that they're going to incur together.
Right.
And so doing a novation and how he's positioning it with them, because there are different ways to do it, he's working with them as a team. And so he's just explaining like, hey, if we're working together, these are some of the things that you need to know and where we would need to be as investors. Like, if an investor were to come in and so he's explaining a third-party story, he's now inserted himself into it. And so he's just breaking down the numbers, which is super important to do at some point in this conversation.
Right. Okay.
There is also another thing. He's using their numbers all the time from the beginning. That's a mistake. A lot of people are saying no. This is the number, and they don't wait for the seller to say the number. Sometimes I think the ARV is 350. If the seller told me 320, I use that. It's easy. Same for renovation, but for renovation we can correct them a little bit. But he used their number. That's a point everybody needs to remember, and don't show your cards before they show you them.
Major key. Thanks for saying that, bro. That's super major. Cool. So let's go on.
They take out another, I don't know, roughly $3,000. So you're about 260. So if you guys went and
so now he's at 260.
The renovation, and you guys went and put it on the market at a 320 sales price, you would walk away with $260,000.
Understood.
Okay. So now, as an investor, investors come in and go, well, I need to make money, and you guys need to make money, and all that kind of stuff. So most investors on a price like that would probably come in and say, I would buy this from you at 230 to 240 so that I could make $15,000 to $20,000 on a flip.
Guys, what just happened? Felipe, talk to me. Do you get where he's going and what he just did?
Yeah, he's just trying to anchor his price, basically.
He's anchoring his price, but how did he, like, you see how he walked them down? He separated. So he talked about, this is what you would do if you did it by yourself. This is how much you would pay for the renovation. This is how much you would pay for just to sell the property. And so he stopped there. He kind of made a checkpoint. They got that. And then he says, so as an investor, you got to make money. I got to make money. And so now he's going to build in a profit. And so what he's doing is basically going through not an MAO calculation, but yes, a MAO calculation, maximum allowable offer calculation, so that even from a wholesale point of view, you could see where the number is that you need to be, but you're walking them through where he needs to be, and is showing them, hey, even nobody's doing this for free, right? Like, I gotta feed my family. He didn't say that, but he's saying, as an investor, we'd like to make $15,000 to $20,000. You want to make some money, so now he's going on, right? So, does that make sense, bro?
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, at some point, can you send us the link to this particular call, please?
That's your second request. I'm gonna charge you for that one.
Man,
I got you. I'll put it in the I'll probably just give somebody it and they could post it in the group, or I'll post it after, but I got meetings after, so I'll be better off just giving it to someone and having them post it.
Okay, thanks a lot, man.
No doubt. So guys, we're all cool on that? Y'all seen how he walked them through that process and why that is important? Yes, no, maybe so. Still a little confused. Is anyone confused? Is anyone not get it? Because I want to make sure that we're all getting it. Does anyone not get it? Cool, we all got it. Let's continue on.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Okay. It totally makes sense. Yeah, this is totally in line with, I think, what we're thinking. So,
cool. Yeah, so I haven't done the research on the house or anything like that, but that's essentially how option 2 works. And then if you do option 3, where option 3 comes in is that I would come in and I go, hey, I'll pay for the renovation. I'll manage the crews. I'll sell the house. I'll deal with the buyers, all that kind of stuff. And then we set a price where anything maybe above, I'm just throwing numbers out because obviously I haven't done the research, but I say anything above 230, we split. You know, something like that. So if we got 265 after all the costs and, you know, commissions are paid for, then there would be $35,000 a split. So I'd get $17,000 and you guys would get $17,000 above what maybe a cash price would have been.
What just happened, guys? What just happened? I don't know. Moved innovation, gave them the cherry and sprinkles. Dang, I missed it. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go back. And let's see what he just did.
Option 2 works, and then if you do option 3, I would buy this from you at 230 to 240. So if you guys went and did a renovation and you guys went and put it on the market at a 320 sales price, you would walk away with $260,000.
Understood.
Okay. So now as an investor, investors come in and go, well, I need to make money and you guys need to make money and all that kind of stuff. So most investors on a price like that would probably come in and say, I would buy this from.
Let me stop right there, because a lot of us, we kind of do this, but we don't do it properly, like how he just did it. So a lot of us would say, so as an investor, I need to make money, and stop and continue on. What he said is, I need to make money, you need to make money. He added that one little line in there, so it's more inclusive than just it's about me. Somebody is unmuted and now I'm like feedbacking. Hey Caroline, could you mute whoever's unmuted right now?
So now, yeah, we will search. What area you want to search? Patty.
Boom, got it. So did you guys peep that? It's we are both gonna make money instead of, well, I gotta make money. I gotta make a little bit of money as an investor. So this is where I'll be. No, you gotta make money. I gotta make money. Let's figure out how we could do this together, right? It's that coming together part. So let me go back a little bit to get to the part that I did stop for first.
Investors come in and go, well, I need to make money and you guys need to make money and all that kind of stuff. So most investors on a price like that would probably come in and say, I would buy this from you at 230 to 240 so that I could make $15,000 to $20,000 on a flip.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Okay. It totally makes sense. Yeah, this is totally in line with, I think, what we're thinking. So,
cool. Yeah, so I haven't done the research on the house or anything like that, but that's essentially how option 2 works. And then if you do option 3, where option 3 comes in is that I would come in and I go, hey, I'll pay for the renovation. I'll manage the crews. I'll sell the house. I'll deal with the buyers, all that kind of stuff. And then we set a price where anything maybe above, I'm just throwing numbers out because obviously I haven't.
Let me go back a little bit because he really quickly went through the benefits of doing the novation, which is I'll bring the crew, I'll deal with the buyers, I'll do everything. Guys, what's one of the main reasons people don't like putting their property on the MLS? Because they got to go through all of that pain. And so he's addressing all of the hassle, all of the pain that they go through, letting them know, I'll do that. You just sit down and watch Days of Our Lives or Young and Restless, whatever they watch, right? I don't know. But you do what you do, I'll do what I do, basically, is what he's doing, right? And so he's positioning himself in that place where he's making it easy for them to choose this option if this is what they wanted to do. Right, so I'm gonna go back a little bit. I wanted to just point that out because it's really important to keep that, especially when you're pitching novation.
Then is that I would come in and I go, hey, I'll pay for the renovation. I'll manage the crews. I'll sell the house. I'll deal with the buyers, all that kind of stuff. And then we set a price where anything maybe above, I'm just throwing numbers out because obviously I haven't done the research, but I say anything above 230, we split. You know, something like that. So if we got 265 after all the costs and commissions are paid for, then there would be $35,000 a split. So I'd get $17,000 and you guys would get $17,000 above what maybe a cash price would have been.
What just happened?
So at least Africa will have shown the way. But yeah, still there are people who don't believe that women can be better.
What just happened? What just happened?
How do you deal with that?
Y'all missed it? Everybody missed it?
Just to implement the
Just tell them how they could get more money.
what you are doing for them.
He told them how they could get more money.
Definitely.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He also said they would split the money.
Let's talk about
Like,
COVID.
it-
How
Yep.
has
Working
that
together,
affected
split the
by
money.
COVID-19?
Yep.
Yeah.
Economically.
Partners.
Affected somehow.
He's saying you'd make more money doing this. Yep.
from 7
And he also said,
and we're expecting
and this
to
is
grow
very
by
subliminal,
5.6
you would get
this year.
this
And,
amount more than what a cash offer will be.
sectors like agriculture,
And you see how he puts
tourism,
his head to the phone, like he
really
turns to hear what they got to
affected,
say,
and we are now trying to
because
beat them again.
he just anchored
And,
and said this would be the price, but it would be more than what. So he basically gave them his cash offer price in saying that one line. It would be this more than what a cash offer would be. Let's go back and listen to it from that perspective. Everybody is right, and these are all different perspectives in how point of views and how you listen to what's being said. But take it in from the perspective that I just told you, and look at how he just anchored for his cash offer price.
Go, hey, I'll pay for the renovation, I'll manage the crews, I'll sell the house, I'll deal with the buyers, all that kind of stuff. And then we set a price where anything maybe above, I'm just throwing numbers out because obviously I haven't done the research, but I say any.
Let me pause there. Every time I listen to it, I get another thing. That little line that he just said, I'm just throwing numbers out there because I haven't done the research, yada, yada, yada. He said this many times throughout this call, and he's giving himself permission to come back and say, I've now done the research, and this is where we need to be on another call, right? So right now they're speaking hypotheticals, but he's still anchoring in the same place, giving himself permission to come back, right? So that's just a really quick one that I let go the first time, but I'm gonna stop and let it go now, highlight it now.
Thing above 230, we split, you know, something like that. So if we got 265 after all the costs and, you know, commissions are paid for, then there would be $35,000 a split. So I'd get $17,000 and you guys would get $17,000 above what maybe a cash price would have been.
So what's his cash price, guys? Y'all said it. Lynn got it. Like 230 is his cash price. He gave them his cash price, and this is going off of a Zillow number that he geniusly worked down and did it. Like he worked it all the way down. So like to Felipe's question, why did he use that Zillow number and break down all of the numbers? It was to get to his cash price. It was to get to this moment where he could listen in, factor in his profit, and just listen to where they would want to be. Right? And he's still working now. So let's continue on.
So, Pace, absolutely tracking what you're saying, and I don't want to speak for John, but I think we're leaning towards option 2, to be honest. So, if we were to pursue...
Boom. Got it. Leaning towards option 2. Got him to where he wants to be, right? Continue.
Let's say an option 2 scenario. I mean, obviously, if you looked at the house, or have one of your people look at the house, we could toy between the two ideas, option 2 and option 3. But
so the seller now, all those seeds that Pace planted is now blossoming, where it's. So obviously you need to have your person go look at the house to get real numbers and all of that. Y'all remember like that all of those seeds that he planted and saying like, obviously I haven't done my research and all of those things. Now the seller took that in and is saying like, obviously you need to get your person to go out there and yada, yada, yada. Peace out, Munif. Catch you later, bro. Stop twitching with your boss. So, right? Does that make sense, guys? They're on the same path. Everything now, all the little seeds that he planted is now coming to fruition. Let's see where they go.
What is the typical flow? You come take a look at the house and somebody makes an estimate about what they think the repairs are going to be, or, I mean, how do you come about your price in an option 2 scenario?
So most of the investors that you'll talk to they'll put you in like a 10-day inspection period.
Guys, what just like what just happened? What is? Oh my goodness! The seller asked a direct question. What is your process in doing this? Pace understands that this is a probate lead, and they're gonna get blown up, and they're gonna talk about that in a little bit. But now he is starting to scorch the earth, and he's gonna answer his question, but he's using this opportunity, giving a third-party story, and now gonna go into this. This is like amazing. Let's go.
And so they'll get you into a contract at a price, and then they'll get you in a 10-day inspection period, and then on the 9th day of the inspection period, they come in and beat you up on price. Oh, well, you know, my contractors came in higher, my framer said this, and you're like, dude, you're 30 grand lower. Like, you came in at 230 and now you're at 200. Are you kidding me? You just wasted 10 days of our life. I hate doing that. So what I prefer doing is getting somebody on my team. So I've got about 60 employees in Arizona, even though I'm currently in Oregon, but
credibility,
just obviously on this RV trip. But I would probably have Anna stop by the property, get photos, and then within 24 hours we would get you a price, and then that would be our price. We would send you an agreement based on that price and a closing date, and then I would go open escrow at a title company of my choice, unless you guys have one that you care about, and then I would put up non-refundable earnest money while we do the title work. I pay for the closing costs, so the closing costs in Arizona probably for a house like that costs about $4,000 or $5,000.
Benefits.
And I would pay for all that out of my pocket. So I hire the title company. You guys have probably bought and sold houses before, so you understand that flow. So I would put up $5,000 to $10,000 in non.
So he's including them, right? Like he's not making them feel, or he's not trying to lose them. Because if they said, oh no, I'm not sure, he would have stopped and explained that. So he's including them in the conversation by saying those little things like, you guys have bought and sold properties in the past, so I'm sure you know how that goes. Very subtle things, but it's super important, because if you have somebody that has never sold a house, you'd be confusing the hell out of them, and you'd have to slow down. So exactly, again, the inclusion is a title company on my choice, unless you have one that you care about. Like, all of this is inclusion, but still guiding them in the right place. So major key, love it. Y'all, we're good? I'll take that as a yes. Let's keep going.
Refundable, so if I get abducted by aliens or something happens to me, you guys keep my earnest money. That also shows you that I'm serious. And then the day of closing, I wire the remaining balance of cash, and we do the final documents, and you guys get all your money.
Got it. All right. Well, John, I mean, are you interested in having
option 2?
Yeah. Well, we could talk about that, but I mean, at least having Anna come out and get us an offer would be great.
That's what I'm interested in, having her look at it for a option 2 sale.
The only challenge, you kind of hit on it a little earlier for us, is we'd probably be leaning more towards the 30-day close as opposed to the 7 to 10 days. Well, it's great to know you can do it that fast. We really probably can't move that fast on our end because we've got a person in the house.
Okay. What's the story with the person in the house?
It's my sister, and she's in the process of purchasing another place.
So, guys, we could go on, but that's the meat and potatoes of this call, and we're almost at time. So I'm going to stop right here and open it up for some quick questions. What do you guys got? Like, do you guys have any questions about this?
Yeah, I got a question. What did he say? He said that he sent someone over to the property and like has them estimate a repair cost and have a offer with them in 24 hours and then sends the agreement.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
He's gonna have Anna go take pictures, and then they're gonna have a real offer for them in 24 hours.
And this is how you do your stuff as well?
Yeah. Like, hey, when we'd go look at the property, and after that, that's how I'll get you your real price.
Oh.
I noticed that Pace
Okay.
mentioned 10,000 EMD.
Yeah,
And
and
on the
he's literally just scorching the earth. Typically, he probably never does that. I never do it. Once you mention it the first time, and you kind of just get everybody else out of the picture, because you don't know if they're gonna go with you, right? And so, who nobody knows if they're gonna go with you, and that's the reason why you scorch the earth. And so, if they don't choose you, you get them to do this. But what I've realized is when they do choose you, they never ask, like, did you put in a $10,000 deposit? Like, they don't. They absolutely don't. So it kind of, because you've built all this rapport, you built everything with them, that they just kind of trust you. So I don't know what the psychology is in that, but they never ask you once you get past that scorching the earth.
It'd be my luck that somebody would ask me that.
It would be your luck.
That would be my luck.
Guys, to be honest, I kid you not, with all the deals that we've done, I have never, ever put in an EMD in my life. Like, go figure. So, I'm just saying.
Hey, so you don't no EMD at all?
0%. We've never put in an EMD to lock up a contract. And
Yeah.
and the truth is, your contract is only really valid after you put in an EMD. So I'm not saying that this is a good practice. I'm saying that I've never done it. Not even the $100 that's on the contract. We never do it. We find a buyer, and the buyer puts in the EMD. The buyer puts in the EMD. I don't put in an EMD.
Yes. So, have you ever actually put down $10,000 just on the contract itself? I understand you don't put the actual money in, but just the actual number itself on the contract?
We have had to put higher numbers based on the property. So there was a land that we were looking to buy. It was 20-something acres in a really expensive part of Georgia, and we were putting on a contract for like $600,000, and so we couldn't. The lawyer called us out like $100 EMD, like what the hell, yada yada yada, and so we had to put it. But again, we had milk on our faces back then. We didn't understand a lot of things. We were just kind of taking action, and so we upped it up, and we still never got that contract, by the way. But lessons learned.
Do you decide how much your buyer puts as an EMD?
You definitely decide that.
Okay.
So it could be what you want it to be.
Yeah, what you want. Yeah. Okay.
Hey, Keston.
Hey.
I'm curious, at your level, when you listen to these recordings, what percentage of the lessons do you pick up on the first go through?
I hear a lot of things really quick, bro, to be honest. This is the reason why, and I've told Pace this. I'm like, bro, I never need to sit in one of your Zooms, because I can learn all of my lessons from your seller calls. Because on this call, I just learned how to break down, how to work out your numbers. There's so much to learn from these calls. Like, I learned how to structure a novation agreement. I learned how to do, how to find your maximum allowable offer. What I'm able to receive from a lot of these seller calls, that's how I learned, I would say 85% of the things in how to do creative financing from the way Pace does it. And so I'm very, very hardly on live calls, because I learned from this. This is how I learn. I just learned from listening to a lot of these seller calls. And so between structuring deals and between And between just kind of learning how to talk to sellers all at the same time, I've gotten all of that from being on the Daily Dial, especially when Reese and Donovan used to role play every day and go through working bank rate and all that type of stuff. Like, it's been incredible what that did to me learning. So, yeah.
I mean, where can we find these calls that are not in the vault?
I don't know. I used to be a stalker, so I would just try to, anytime they're released, I would just download them and save them to my Dropbox. And because when I go on flights or long drives or whatever, that's what I'm listening to, man. Is either I'm reading a book or I'm listening to this. So I used to always try to save them as soon as I got into the mentorship. And they used to post a lot more Dropbox links earlier than just uploading things into the vault. So I kind of have my own little vault. So that's where I kind of save them locally and listen to them.
Yeah, because I noticed
There's lots of them, Felipe, in the Zoom. Like, not just this specific call. Like, I have listened to a bunch, and there's like so much information you could get on just one call, right?
So I'm gonna chime in here because
so much
we're
information.
2 minutes over. So somebody just said that they are on the Facebook files as well. So if you guys check the Facebook files, but in the Zoom vault. So this is not in the Zoom vault, Keston.
It probably isn't. I'm gonna drop the link in here. So could somebody paste it, put it in the Zoom vault? So not in the Zoom vault, in the Facebook group, so that we all have it. Here we go. Boom. There it is.
Thanks, Keston.
I made
a
a post on Facebook, so you guys can post it on that post if you want.
Perfect. Keston, I know that you're already running over late. If people want to reach out to you, how should they do that?
Hit me up on Instagram or on Facebook. Yeah, Instagram or Facebook. Instagram name is Kes on Purpose, KEESON Purpose. Or just hit me up on Facebook. Guys, I mean, we run the virtual office. The virtual office is really just a place for everyone to kind of just be encouraged and make calls together, because I know how hard it is for people to just stay motivated and stay making calls and all of that. I suffer with that myself too. So we just decided to create a space for, just to be encouraged and do deals, just do everything together. So regardless of what part of the business you're working on, it's just kind of just literally being in the same setting. It's like, yeah, it's going to work. And it starts every day from 10 a.m. until, and I say until because there are people in there. Sometimes I come in 8:30 and they're still making calls. They're still analyzing deals. So there's no real close to it. It's just work until you work. Eastern. Yep, 10 a.m. Eastern. So as soon as I get out of here, I'm going to go kind of set that up. Although you could get in without me, so.
Perfect. Keston, thank you so much, guys. Keston, bring value today. Give him some love. We got him to stay over 4 minutes. You know how diligent he is on being on time.
Word.
All right, go pour some sugar on Keston on Facebook. Thank you, Keston. We're going to roll over to the West Coast.
Awesome. You guys have a great day.
Thank you. Bye.
Peace.
roulette is cool too. I haven't quite mastered the entire concept of roulette, but that one's a fun game too. But I try to stick to the penny slot.
Stick to the penny slot.
Mhm.
Well, we'll see how it goes.
Well, good. You have to let us know if you come back as a millionaire.
And if I come back a millionaire, I might not be on this video for a little minute. I'm gonna be out buying multifamilies.
There you go. Well, then you will be on here. Calling some people today?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm learning little by little. I have George giving me pointers, testing, and sometimes you when you're bigger too.
Cool.
Cool.
Yeah, I just called a seller. He's been ghosting me since Friday. I mean, I know it's only Tuesday, but you know, we're really close to contracting, and he's not answering, right? So I'm like, man, we've already been talking through email, so I'm gonna just send him an email and kind of pull back, kind of give him the line of, you know, we've allocated and earmarked the funds. You know, we haven't been able to reach them, and we may have to move to the next, and see if that'll get him to, you know, come out of wherever he's in.
Never talking about the seller from yesterday?
No, this is the seller I spoke with Friday.
Oh.
Yeah. He's kind of giving me the last time I talked to him, it was some belongings that they had to get out of the property, and I told him I would give them 30 days, and I haven't heard anything from them, so I'm like, let's email. Gotta try all the different methods. You gotta see what works with the seller.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm trying to take from what Keston said today and try to see if I can use that on my calls. But I'm concentrating this week on slowing down because I talk way too fast and I talk too much, kind of like what you told me yesterday. Like, say one thing, let the seller answer that, and then go to the next.
Yeah. Just slow it down, because right now you got so much inside of your brain. You know a lot more than what you knew before, and I can tell you kind of are eager to, like, you know, educate or just like control the conversation, but you can still control it and lead it by listening and just just let the seller give you the ammunition. Just ask the good questions and it'll open up a bunch of stuff for you.
Yeah. Okay, let's get into it.
I mean, think about this. Conversations are really enjoyable when you know the other person is actually listening to you. We typically don't want to talk to somebody who's just waiting or their turn to talk, or they're cutting you off or talking a little too much. Like, we typically engage with people who listen to talk listen to.
Yeah. No, exactly. Yeah, I tend to, I didn't know this about myself. I like more about myself than I like to talk about myself.
That's where
Yo, what's up, Lex? What's up, George?
Oh, Nitiro, aka Nitro.
How you guys?
What's up, Nitro?
I'm good, man.
Man, when George is here, Tanisha, Nitiro, I'm on the winning team.
Definitely are, man. Are you guys start making calls?
No, I'm trying to. Okay, now it's doing it. The podium, it has to refresh. Now it's doing it. So I could start on my first one. I'm going for 20 contacts today. Yes, I only made 19, so I have to start over because that's part of my. I'm doing 70. It was really like 90 days hard for me. So I made only 19 contacts yesterday, so I'm starting over again today. So today I'm trying to make 20 contacts. No, I'm going to make 20 contacts. I don't want to start over.
Got it. When you start over, do you start from 0 or you start from 19?
Day 1.
Day 1?
You start day 1.
What's day 1?
Day 1 is you starting everything over, everything you said you're doing,
Okay. Then you kind of grow it from there?
No, you keep doing that. It's just about consistency, staying consistent. So like on 75 hardest, you have to get in some kind of diet that you follow. You have to read 10 pages of a book every day. You have to drink a gallon of water. That one I'm not following. I do drink water, but I added electrolytes. Drinking like a gallon of water, especially with no electrolytes.
Yeah.
I know from cutting weight, because when I cut weight, a lot of just regular water, it depletes your own electrolytes in your body. And when you do that too much, that's not good for the body. So that's how I think people should add electrolytes to the water if you're going to drink that much water. Like some people, they try to drink also distilled water. That's another way of cutting weight, drinking distilled water, but that really depletes you. And regular water doesn't have, because everything is depleted, food and water. Anyways, but yeah, you follow like the diet and reading 10 pages, gallon of water, working out twice a day for I think 45 minutes, and one of those has to be outside.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what I remember.
But you're doing 90 days hard. What's that?
Yeah, I'm doing 90 days. I have to really get. One of my main things is that I have the ability to do this, but I'm very disorganized and not consistent.
Dude, at least you're doing it, bro.
Yeah.
It's nice. So you're gonna call 20 or 19 today?
No. Today I have to talk to 20 people.
20 people.
20 contacts. Doesn't matter the amount of phone calls. It's more the contacts.
Awesome, bro.
Maybe I'll call like a couple of fistballs with like either as Ricardo or as my Dominican alter ego.
Dude, I want you to try that on the first call.
Okay, you want Ricardo or the Dominican?
Ricardo. I want Ricardo on the very first call. That'll be fun to start the morning.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Exactly.
4-4-9-5-7.
Drink water with flavors.
You've reached 50.
Yeah, my sister used to drink water with flavor sprays because she was drinking a lot of soda. She wanted to get away from soda. I tried to drink seltzer like that. They're the worst, you said?
No, it works.
Oh, it works.
Like, I don't even think about drinking anything other than water for the most part.
Yeah, so that helps. Alright, so we didn't answer. Let me go to the next. Dan Felicia. Dana Felicia.
Repeating and listening, emotions equals words, empathy is view, speed talking is speed thinking, validate, and question. And I want to talk to. I'm excited to talk to. How excited am I to talk about this? Call and support. Make company model and write down for the questions. And
what was that noise? They're doing some work upstairs, man. I was about to ask y'all, like, y'all could hear that noise? It's not too bad.
And relate the pitch. So you relate the pitch. You relate the pitch with the point. Mental point of origin.
Nobody wants to answer today, huh? Two.
Paving the street out there. They revamping the street and they blacktopping it and putting curbs in. They put some drainage in there, so I may just wind up putting a building on it.
Okay. You have all the money put together to do that? To go ahead and do that?
Oh yeah.
Okay, cool. Like, so you're gonna put like a 4-family, some kind of
No, I'd probably put a commercial building on it.
Oh, I see. And what are you gonna do? Like, put a business there, or are you gonna rent it?
No, I'd rent it out.
Okay, that's smart. Makes sense.
Yeah, I already rent around the corner. I own the building on the corner of Catherine Street, Catherine and Old Gentilly.
Yeah.
There's an automotive shop in there.
Oh.
And I've had that since 1980. And the people that's been in there have been in there for 15 years now. And they don't look like they're ready to go anywhere.
Yeah, they're probably doing good business since it's you said it's an auto shop, right?
It's an auto repair shop.
Auto repair shop.
And across the street, man just bought from the city. He bought about 3 lots over there, and he's planning to put some commercial buildings on it to use. I think he's going to use it himself. I don't know exactly what he's going to do. But it looks like we might get a little activity around there.
Yeah. So that area is mostly commercial. It's not very wise to put it for people like single houses.
There's some houses there. Because I own the one next door to the lot, 3600. I think it's 3604 Victoria. And that's got a house on it that's rented. And that lady's been there for almost 15 years. She's really good.
Wow, that's your tenant?
Yes.
Wow. That's a good tenant. That's definitely a blessing, especially nowadays.
She's a terrific tenant. I got several of them like that. Just before the hurricane came, in some of the places I had at least 8 people that were there 15 to 20 years.
Wow. And what happened to them?
Well, 2 of them died, and then 2 of them moved after
two of them died due to Katrina?
No, not because of Katrina. They just died around the same time.
Oh, and the other ones moved away because of Katrina. Yeah, that was very devastating at the time. What do you do to get everything back repaired? Do you get any help with that?
I had a partner in a bunch of the properties over there, and he and I went over there and started redoing them, and then we just sucked a lot of stuff out, and we got them going.
Right. Also, but you had to come out of pocket with that? Did you get any government help?
Yeah, we paid for it through our own cash flow.
Oh, wow. So that means that you had to have like some kind of reserve then.
What?
You must have some kind of reserve then.
Oh, yeah.
Which is wise. Right? As an investor, you have to have that war chest.
Right. He and I owned about 35 properties, and I know we put 12 of them back together.
Right.
12 of them we didn't have to fool with, and the rest of them, but we put 12 of them back together, and that was kind of a pain. That took us a year to finish them.
Right.
But we got them finished and rented again.
Yeah.
And then we sold most of them. I sold most of those off now to because my partner is 85 now, and when he was 82, he says I've had enough. So we started selling them off. And we got rid of all. In fact, outside of that one house and the commercial building there, I don't own a whole bunch of places in New Orleans anymore. I got rid of most of the stuff in New Orleans. I have some over in Slidell, but not in New Orleans anymore.
Oh, okay. So you have more properties in New Orleans, but those sold. You and your partner sold them.
Yeah, we sold most of them. Yes.
Oh wow. Well, that's wonderful. Good for you. Are you still working on real estate?
No, not really. I just take care of whatever properties I have.
Right. Okay.
I don't fool with any. I'm not out buying and selling anymore.
Gotcha. Well, what advice you for thinking of maybe getting some rentals or maybe doing some fix and flipping? What do you think about those two strategies?
About rentals?
Yeah, rentals or fix and flipping. What do you think about those two?
I think that's a good idea, and I think your time is coming right now.
Why do you say that?
Well, I think what's going to happen is you're going to start seeing some of these evictions if they ever get them started. You're going to have a lot of people just disgusted with it and ready to get rid of them, get rid of houses. They're not going to want to fool with rental property anymore. Find the people with only one property or two properties, and you can almost make a deal then because they're going to be fed up with this rental. And when some of those people that are going to be evicted, you know that they're going to tear up some of the properties. They're just not going to leave them in good shape.
Yeah, because you're going to be mad about having to move out, right?
Right, and they or having to start paying again.
Yeah, after they've been freeloading for a while.
Yeah, so start on some of those, kind of cherry pick the ones that are, go around and just talk to some of the people. A lot of times you can tell right in the neighborhood. If you knock on some doors and talk to some people, you find out this guy he's getting, he's kind of fed up with it. I know he's getting ready to sell. And then go down to the city and find out who owns them and contact them.
Yeah.
You can probably pick up more that way than you can any other way.
Yeah, I have a friend named Pace. He's a little bit crazy, and he tells me to go knock on people's doors, and I thought that was kind of nuts. But you said that works. That's something that's.
Oh yeah, it works. We used to do that a lot. Knock on some doors and find out from people. You find out what's happening right there in the neighborhood, good or bad. You'd be surprised how much people will tell you about another property. What kind of problems they've been having. Because you don't want to buy something with sewer problems.
Right.
Because that gets to be very expensive. If you're buying rentals, be careful whether they only have one water meter and who pays the water. And if you try to separate water meters nowadays, it gets very expensive. At one time, it wasn't that bad. We had a bunch of houses that were doubles, and we changed them and made them, put separate water meters on them.
that's how they make their money. And sometimes you gotta, to make more money, you gotta count that loss and just do it. But I know what you're saying. It is pretty expensive. So I went last week to knock on a lady's door, and all she did was like curse me out. But I think I'm gonna, now that you're saying that, I think I'm gonna go back to it.
Yeah, just knock on them. Just say, hey, I'm looking to buy houses, and then, do you know anybody that owns some rental property around here who's kind of fed up with this current situation? Maybe I can help them out.
Right. Yeah, because hopefully, you are helping the person out, right? Like if you're taking them out of a certain situation, especially if the tenant's not paying and they're fed up. You're saying like a Thai landlord, right?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's great advice. Well, yeah, thank you, Dan. I appreciate the phone call and your time, and I think you're doing good by keeping this property. If you're gonna put something, a commercial property there, and rent it out like you've been doing with the automotive place.
Right.
That's very good.
The next block down, where I don't know. Are you familiar with that area?
No, I'm not very familiar with the area. No.
Okay. And when you come off the interstate, there's a down ramp right there. You come off the interstate, and when the guardrail stops, you turn left, and you're on Diamond Road. Most people don't even realize that's Diamond Road between Chef and Old Gentilly Road. And it's been good to me, that area.
Right. So you're saying that's a good area. I should keep looking around there?
Well, yeah, especially if you do you like commercial rentals?
No, I don't. I'm actually looking for rentals and maybe even some fix and flips, like something that I could get at a good price where I could come in and look at the market, see where it's at, and calculate the rehabbing, the money that it will take to fix up and resell it on the market.
Right.
Yeah. What do you think about that?
Well, that's how you got to do it if you're going to go with individual houses, just regular rental people. But I know, to me, I like the commercial because once you get a tenant in there, they stay for quite a while.
Right.
They stay longer than the other people, but it's like my partner used to say, he liked the doubles because then we had somebody on each side to rent it. If you got a single house, then you kind of stuck. You have to afford the whole property.
Right.
You got to come up with the whole repair. But when you got a couple of people, tenants in there, it's offset.
Yeah. Yeah, and then you have to come because you have that whole family. You have to pay if you have it and pay the taxes and insurance and all that without having anyone there. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Right.
So commercial.
Commercials usually stay longer,
What if I buy something big? You put like a big Publix or Stop and Shop or Walmart. Now that's big business there.
Yeah, you're talking big bucks, and then if you go start doing something like that, you either got to have a lot of knowledge on that or a lot of contacts with people that can afford a place that big.
Yeah.
Or you have to have some plans to break it down into smaller sections.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you definitely need to bring some partners.
Yeah.
And I went over to the studio. He had a studio at his house, so we at the crib. Hello.
Yes, hello. Yeah, my name is Benny. How you doing? Good. What do you need? I'm on a long distance call. Oh, I don't want to bother you, miss, but I'm calling you about the you have at the home. Okay. Call me back in about 20 minutes. How long, lady? Because I go to work later. And how long? 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Okay, call you back then. Thank you. Bye bye. Bro, is that a real call, bro? What? Is that a real call? Yeah.
He said he was gonna switch up his voice.
Talked to her like you knew her. Said you ain't got time for that.
The joint that got me was when you said, "How long, lady?"
Yeah, how long, lady? It's funny how with the accent, like if I say it in English, my tonality, people they really kind of think like fuck you, you know, like I don't like the way you're talking. But with an accent, I get away with it. I don't know why.
So do you notate if you call them as Benny versus his
I have this like I talked like yesterday I called this girl and I was like, hey, how you doing? My name is Ricardo. I'm calling about your property, and she's like, oh my god, you know, like all giddy, and I would have never gotten away with the stuff that I said. Like I'm like almost flirting with them, and they let me get away with it. Of course, they love the attention. Oh man.
George is about to put on his Denzel watch.
I can't get nobody to pick up. I'm about to just call somebody I know gonna pick up. This is ridiculous. I get 7 calls. 7 calls and no contact.
Do any of you guys do like text campaigns?
I used to. And I've gotten deals like that. Texting. Not anymore. The thing with texting is when some people, like I used to take the list and take the ones that were phones, and I didn't have a dial, I would hand dial it. And then the ones that come out as cell phones, I would then text those. And then
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, is this Mrs. Sawal?
This is who?
I'm looking to speak to Mrs. Sawal. My name is Joseph. I might have the wrong number too, though.
There is no Mrs. Sewell here. Mr. Sewell works here.
Oh, okay. My bad.
But he's busy at the moment.
Got it. Who am I? Which department am I talking to? Is it a hospital or a company?
Okay, what are you looking for?
No, I'm looking to speak to Nicky Sawal, but I don't want to get him at this. Yeah, I got it. But I just don't want to disturb him if it's his workplace. I'd rather call him at his number, so I just want to make sure you take this number.
This is his place of business.
Okay. Got it. When is the good time I can call back?
I can take a message and have him give you a call at his earliest convenience.
Yeah, just tell him it's about real estate if he can call me back anytime.
It's about real estate?
Yep.
I can tell you now that his properties are for sale.
Okay. Got it. Not a problem. What do you guys do, though?
Car repair.
Car repair. Okay. Alright. Awesome. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Bye. Hello, hey man. Am I talking to any member of MPMDC LLC?
Hello?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, your voice is coming out very low.
Right, I'll try to increase it. My name is Joseph. I'm looking to just speak to any member of MPMDC LLC.
Where are you calling from, Joseph?
Yeah, are you guys members of MPMDC LLC? Just wanted to talk something.
What is MTM?
It's the name of the LLC, name of the company.
No, we don't have any company by that name.
Got it. Are you guys involved in real estate by any chance?
Your voice is coming very kind of low, and then there's some background noise. I can't hear you clearly.
Yeah, are you guys involved in real estate by any chance?
But I don't have the company name, what you are telling me.
Do you guys do real estate, buy houses?
I need to call you back. Is this the number, callback number for you?
Yeah, that's the callback number.
Okay, I'll call back.
Empathy, executive view, tolerance, speed thinking, valid and question. Write down the question, write down the question. So write down for the question, write down for the question. So write down and also write down. Relate the pitch. Relate the pitch. And talk to talk about this. Hello?
Hello, this is Juliana Group. How can I direct your call?
Oh, my bad. I think I have the wrong
Joe
number.
Rogan
Experience. Thank you. Hello?
Hello?
Hey, is this Samuel?
This is him.
Hey Samuel, my name is Joseph. I don't want to take too much of your time. I just wanted to see if you guys are interested in selling any of your properties.
Nope.
Alright, thank you.
Thanks.
my baby girl. Yeah, I love you too, baby. I love you too. You always gonna be my baby girl. Yes? Siempre. Always. Really?
residual income.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, it's Humberto.
Yeah, this is Roberto.
Hey, Humberto. My name is Joseph. How are you doing today, man?
Good.
Awesome, man. Are you guys interested in selling any of your properties at this time?
What was that again?
Are you guys interested in selling any of your properties at this time?
No, we don't. We just sell properties like a flip homes. We don't sell properties in bad conditions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So do you guys
that's what
buy?
it is. Huh?
Do you guys buy too?
Yeah, we buy.
Awesome. And do you have any criteria that you're looking for? Like,
Not right now. We work in couple properties right now. I don't. Yeah, we're small. We're not ready to buy any other one until we sell those
the ones you're working on.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. And when do you think I should check back, or when you guys be kind of like free? I mean, we come across a lot of properties, so in case you have something, I can just send you. If you're interested, yes. If not, no problem.
To be honest, I don't know when gonna. I mean, I'm gonna be ready to looking for another property. I don't know yet.
Okay, no problem, man. So
Yeah.
I'll just
All
stay
right.
in touch.
Thank you.
I'll stay in touch. No
Yep,
problem.
thanks.
All right. Take
Bye.
care. Good luck, man.
I'll get my lawyer to draw up a contract. I'm not a rookie in this game at all.
Yeah, you sound very competent. You kind of know everything. So 279. That's a non-negotiable hard. 279 is what you're saying.
That's right.
So at 270, you tell me to fly kite.
You're not going to pay 270 for it. I guarantee it.
Is that because there's no other deals like this one, or is it because you're not going to go down to that number?
Send me some of your information or something like that. We can I'm busy, so I don't know who you are, who you're with, but I think that you're just wanting something cheap, and I don't know why you're asking me all these questions exactly.
So you sound like you're saying that I sound cheap, is what you're saying.
That's not who you are. I get calls all day long. Won't deny my property. I even have a message on my answer machine at home. So all day long, I have to sell property. I know what I'm going to sell and what I'm going to do.
Gotcha. All right. Well, here's what. It sounds like you have everything lined up for this property. Are you going to eventually sell any of your other properties, or you're not doing that at all?
Not right now. I've already sold 3, so this is it.
Okay. All right.
Bye.
That lady was dying to get off the phone. She was so rude. Nah, man, she wasn't that rude. She was listening to me. That was Karen for sure. What's the story with her? She's been getting a bunch of calls and her price is non-negotiable and blah, 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 blah. I'm an expert. I've been doing this for too long to get schooled by a young investor like you who think they're going to get a come up.
Hello. Hey, is this Mrs. Story by any chance?
Excuse me?
I'm looking to speak to Mrs. Story.
There's no Mr. Story here. You have the wrong number.
Alright, I appreciate your time. That's what she said. She's gonna sell this, so look at him. Confusing that call the car out of him. Definitely address what it is. It's just not saying another thing.
Hello.
Hey, is this David?
Yes.
Hey David, my name is Joseph. I don't want to take too much of your time. I just want to see if you might be interested in buying or selling any properties soon.
Say again, I can't understand you.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if you're looking to buy or sell any properties soon.
Not today.
Alright, thank you. Hello?
Hello?
Hey, I'm looking to speak to a member of DMD Acquisition.
Say that again?
I'm looking to speak to any member of DMD Acquisition LLC. I might have the wrong number though.
Yeah, you have the wrong number.
Alright, thank you. Hello?
Hello?
Hey, is this
Yes.
Is this Mrs. White?
Who?
I'm looking to speak to Mrs. White.
You got the wrong number.
Oh, I got the wrong number. Alright. Thank you for your time.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Listening, emotions of words, empathy is put into a sentence. I do a lot. Don't balance it out. Gotta balance it with 5 what's the 5 out? So 5 in it, pit it and send it to listen to the person. And then at the same time, you do the emotions of words. Listen. Number 1 should be
Hello?
Hey, is this Elton?
Who?
Elton?
Elton, no. This is the new number. This is the new people.
Oh, this is new people, okay. Are you guys living in Chandler Drive?
I can't hear you, sir.
Do you guys live in Chandler Drive 4142? Or the business is in Chandler Drive?
No.
Okay, I might have the wrong number then.
Okay, you have a great day.
Thank you, you too. Bye. Chandler. Validation. Emotions. Look at the words. What I say. Words and emotions. I mean, somebody's. Validate the question.
That's the
That was genius. Debbie discount? I like it.
Yeah,
That's
the
Today, it's my wife. She ain't had to defend herself, so that's good.
Spoke with my partner, Bart, who told me to call you today about Kensington Heights. Remember that conversation?
I never saw him call me.
Yeah, you
said, go ahead. I told the man and said, go ahead. I want to call the $87 guy. He never answered. That's what I said.
He said that you told him 270, so maybe didn't rotate them.
Okay. I don't want to know all that way.
Hey man, I mean, what you gonna do with a bag full of cash? It sounds like you got your plans already. Why do you want to get rid of a house you put so much work into?
I don't want to get ready, but he just told me.
Oh.
I don't want to get ready. I don't want to get hot.
So basically you get a bunch of calls who wants to buy your property. You're basically saying what you want.
Hello, hey.
Hello.
Hey, can you hear me?
Hello.
Why'd you tell my guy 280?
Hello.
So why would we pass by?
I enjoy my house. My mortgage is contract for me. I mean, everything is in the line.
Yeah, gotcha. And this is a new.
No, I don't rush into town electric.
Right.
I don't talk to people like that, you know. I want to eat, you know. And this is my thing. Even my contractor guy, my friend, you can ask $300 again.
Oh, wow. So do you rent the other side out and you live in the other one side of it?
And rent the house, that right upstairs, you know, no for nothing.
sound 27. I would have never guessed 60.
Hello.
Hi, who's this?
Hey, my name is Joseph. I'm looking to speak to Ryan.
Who is this?
Joseph.
And this is regarding?
Yeah, I just wanted to see if you guys are looking to buy any properties in Columbus soon.
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. Hello.
Hello?
Hey, am I talking to any member of LKMC LLC?
You're what? Exactly?
Yeah, I'm looking to speak to any member of LKMC LLC. I might have the wrong number because it's a company.
Of what company? I can't hear you too well.
Yeah, it's LKMC. It's like a real estate company.
Ah, you got the wrong guy. Sorry.
Alright, no worries. Thank you for your time.
Bye.
I don't want
Hello?
Hey, hello, is this Selma?
What are you calling about?
Yeah, my name is Joseph. I just work for a real estate company. I wanted to see if you guys are looking to buy any property soon. Oh my.
Yo.
Yeah.
He became like a best friend. And I just got him off the phone. But yeah, I'm gonna give that to Mina later. Well, alright, that leads, right? Alright, bro. I'm gonna see y'all back at 1. Alright. Alright.
Hello.
Hello?
Hey, is Jacqueline?
You have the wrong number.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, hello, my name is Ricardo, this is Shirley. Oh, Shauna, called me about 8 months ago, and it sounded like you might have want to consider selling the home there. So I'm calling you to see where you're at the moment.
No, we're not considering anyone.
Oh, so you guys have changed your mind. What happened? Oh, that's wonderful. Good for you. And everything happy there with the tenants, everything going well? Oh, good for you. I thank you for taking my call, and I appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, hey, am I talking to Jonathan?
No.
No, alright. Thank you. Sorry, I have the wrong number.
Joseph, bro, what's up, man?
Yo, I'm good, bro. How are you doing?
Good. What are you doing, bro? It looks like you're playing hopscotch here. It just keeps moving up and down.
I should probably turn off.
Playing Joe Rogan in the background.
Probably. I'm just listening to the call, so I'm putting my ear stuff onto my ears.
What calls are you listening to?
You guys making calls here. And I'm also cold calling, so.
How can you hear your calls?
Because they're not answering yet.
Hello.
Hello? Hey,
Sorry, you must have the wrong number.
Got it, thank you.
What just happened?
Wrong number, bro. What
You asked for somebody? I didn't hear you ask for anyone.
Yeah, I mean, he mentioned wrong numbers, so probably gets a lot of calls.
Yo, you're picking the easy way out, bro. What the hell?
What do you have to say, Gaston? But there is no name. It's the company. It's an LLC.
Alright, bro.
What's your advice, Gaston?
My advice is do what you love. Because you clearly make them okay. Hey, good morning. How are you? This is Keston.
Is it Keston or Keston?
Which one makes you happy?
Is it K-E-S-O-N?
K-E-S-T-O.
So when I left the T out.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm looking to a member of Fox Clare East Trust.
Is this who?
My name is Joseph. I wanted to see if you guys own the property on 1156 Nathan Drive.
Yes.
Got it. Are you guys looking to sell the property anytime soon?
No.
Awesome, awesome. Not a problem. Should I even check back, or you guys have no interest at all in
It
selling?
wouldn't do any good to call back with no plans to sell.
All right, I understand. All right, thank you, ma'am. Hello?
Fair Mechanical, how may I direct your call?
Hey, I'm looking to speak to Kane Kama.
With who? I'm sorry.
Kane Kama?
What's it regarding? I'm not familiar with that name.
Okay, maybe it doesn't work here. I might have the wrong number. Thank you.
You know why? Just why you said it, because it's on the same line. So maybe, you know, they consider. Oh, that's a blessing.
Oh, it's amazing because now she gets the charge. You know, sometimes you can't. Well, because it's in the same house or whatever, you don't charge as much as a single family house. So now she gets to charge full rent area as if it's a single family because you have your own entrance, you have your own driveway, you have all this stuff. And it's just brand new, well not new, but newly renovated. And it's in great shape. And so she's gonna be making a killing.
So what part of Philly is she's located?
The part of Jersey is located.
Oh, it's Jersey. I thought you said Philly. It's Jersey. Okay.
I'm trying to find it right now.
Interesting. So is it North Jersey? Like, is it closer to New York then?
It is North Jersey. Yep, it's North.
Okay.
It's North actually.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's Newark. Okay, so it's right there. It's right. Wow.
Holy crap.
Jeez, so she
I'm
jumped
just-
in the game. Everybody in the game.
Wow, I'm actually looking at something that she sent me yesterday, which was her pre-approval, not pre-approval, but the final amount. And she
The
got
final
it.
amount of both properties?
Well, it got appraised, and the bank also sent their final, let's call it the terms, the final terms. And she got an interest rate at 1.375.
Gotta be kidding me.
I'm just saying that is.
OMG.
But
That's bananas. So that is great. I know she is like excited.
super
OMG. Well, listen, let me tell you why I was excited, because I happen to watch YouTube, and I'm like, now let me give you a heads up here with Pace. I'm not a part of his mentorship at all. You know what I did? I just happened just to follow his, you know, things on YouTube. You know, when he gives to, you know, when he breaks down everything, because he tends to break down everything to a science, which is really big. Because, like I said, I'm a newbie in the game. But I just happened to be, you know, that night. And, you know, I think God works in mysterious ways, because I was just like, I was getting ready to actually.
Hey, could you hold on 1 second? Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
Hey, Jesse.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good. What's going on?
I'm fine. I'm at work today, and I'm working a double, so I'm trying to get in touch with you in between, you know, taking customers.
Totally understand. Totally understand. You're breaking up.
I'm breaking up?
Okay, I can hear you now.
Okay. I didn't receive the information on the background check. All I got was the,
Oh, man. So I'll have my wife send it again. I did tell her that you may not have gotten it, so I'll have her send it again. But don't let it stop you. you could continue to move forward, and basically let's get you in there, because I know you wanted to kind of get in there as soon as possible. So do what you got to do. Call Flint. If I need to call the neighbor to have her give you the keys so that you can start moving forward, and just as she sent you the background check, have her do it. Just do it and have it sent back.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay. Yes, sir. That sounds fine.
Awesome. Let me know if you need anything.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
All right. Bye-bye. No, no problem. But yeah, what I was saying is that I happen to be watching YouTube, and I'm like, OMG, he was just breaking down everything to a science, and then I kind of had heard your testimony, your wife's and everything, and I was just like, and you're here in Atlanta, you know what I'm like, I'm just now starting off, but, you know, you're right in the same city, and it's a lot of investors that's doing a lot of great things, you know, in Atlanta. But to make a long story short, I did submit all my documentation through the web portal, you know, that PACE initially suggested, you know, but I never got anybody to get back to me in regards to it. So here I am with I have a fourplex, and like the creative financing is something new to me. Like I said, I'm a newbie anyway. I'm a newbie in real estate. But I happen to get a 1.5 million fourplex under contract. It's located, I think I sent you, it said it's located in Binding, but it's actually located in Virginia Highlands. And you know, that's a prominent location over there. Now, it's a value-add property. It's already tenant occupied. It has four tenants in it. They were asking 1.5 million. I got it under contract for 1 million. But listen, here's where I keep on falling short. Well, I want to say keep falling short, but being that I'm a newbie, I tried to go through it through a hard money lender. Well, they want that 20%. I don't have 20%. You know what I'm saying? Like, really starting out, I'm starting out. I really don't have it. You know what I'm saying? Like, where am I getting 20% from?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So they did approve me for 80, but I don't have the 20. So like I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. And then I'm like, all right, so it has to be another way I can go where I'm not, you know, where this is a great deal. Like it's potential in this property, especially if you have an investor that's interested in a buy and hold. This is one of those properties, being that the location is opportune. You know what I'm saying? Like it's in a great location. And it's value add, and you already have tenants in there so there's existing cash flow. They're not even paying market rate rent, so there's room to go in and make maybe a few cosmetic changes and boost up that rent, and then you have cash flow coming in a prominent location that property is going to appreciate in value. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Just right where it is, just the location in itself is an excellent location. So anyway, I was looking at it and I'm thinking, okay, I heard Pace talking about, you know, creative finances, so how can I do it from this standpoint? Well, here's where I'm at with that. Everything is already paid in full. You know what I'm saying? Like this house, there's no mortgage that's owed on this property. What happened with this specific property that it was
Hello, Richard?
Bonjour.
Hello?
Mom?
Yeah, I'm looking to speak to Mrs. Rudo. Mr. Rudo.
Did you do?
I'm looking to speak to Mr. Rudo. I might have the wrong number.
No. I have the wrong number.
Alright. Thank you.
Oh. Oh God, my attention. Oh my God. What was he even saying? Mr. Rudolph? And I was like,
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, I'm looking to speak to any member of Barnes and Mosher Properties.
Well, you reached the Franklin County Sheriff's Office.
Oh, my bad. Wrong number.
Sorry.
Alright. Hello?
Yes.
Hey, is this Raman?
Yes.
Hey, Raman, how are you doing today?
Good, how are you?
Good, man. I just wanted to see, you guys, do you have any interest in selling your property in 2823 Harnett Court?
I don't think so, not at this moment.
Okay. Do you think I should check back any time?
I don't think so. I'm buying more properties as it is. I want to keep them.
Oh, that's cool. Where are you buying at? Is there any specific zip code?
Same area, same neighborhood.
Alright. If I come across anything, I'll definitely shoot a text or send you some info.
Alright, sounds good. Thank you.
Alright, thank you. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, hey, how are you doing today?
I think you have the wrong number.
Okay. Thank you. Hello, it's Joseph.
Hi, Joseph. This is Bruce Hajos, the owner of Royal Majesty Limousine Service. Just received a phone call from your phone number. I don't know if it was an accident or you meant to call or what.
Yeah, I think it's an accident, probably.
Accident? Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Bye-bye.
The mailbox is full and cannot accept any messages at this time. Goodbye.
Hello?
Hey, I'm looking to speak to Nazmi.
What do you want?
Yeah, my name is Joseph. I was just calling to see if you guys might be interested in selling your property in 258 Barthman.
No, I buy your property cash and the faster you can. Can you sell your property?
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for properties, I can send you properties on that.
Yeah, okay. All right. I call you later and I buy your property.
Okay, and what area are you buying at?
Huh?
What area, what location?
Somewhere in Somalia.
Okay, so not America.
Oh, you are from USA?
Yep.
All right, you have a good day.
Alright.
Because I'm looking to buy a house in Somalia.
Not a problem. Good luck with it.
Hey, Houston, Texas, down in the 713 in the B-land, Beyonce. I'm trying to be cool. Okay, and look at I'm in a property right now that we're doing due diligence on, our final days of due diligence. These are pretty complicated deals. Some of these deals get little things come up. We're over here trying to work it out today. But look, when you're shopping your property, okay, I'll sit out here for 30 or 40 minutes this morning and then come back again tonight and just look at traffic patterns. How much traffic am I getting? What's the restaurant right across the street? How are they doing? How's this car dealer doing right here? He probably won't be here in the future. He'll probably get blown out. Like, you got to know the market. You got to know, you can't just listen to what the broker's saying. You got to put your feet over here. And then I'm looking for reasons to buy, by the way. It's completely different energy than most young real estate investors. They look for reasons not to buy. Every Wednesday, we're having a pitch call, by the way. If you want to be part of our mastermind, the way to do that is you join at the link below. And every other Wednesday, twice a month for a year, it also includes two-day events at our office where you actually pitch your deal to me and my team and to other investors. You know, there's three parts to the real estate game. One is, man, traffic's just non-stop here. Three parts to the real estate game. Number one is
Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Hello?
Hey, I'm looking to speak to a member of Different Day LLC.
What?
I'm looking to speak to a member of Different Day LLC.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, but you got the wrong number.
Alright, do you guys own the...
If you've gotten this message, it's because I'm away from the phone or it's after business hours. Our office hours here at McNair Elementary are 7:30 a.m. to 4 o'clock.
Hello?
Yes, this is Mike.
Hey Mike, are you by any chance a member of KS Real Estate?
Am I by any chance what?
A member of KS Real Estate?
No, you have the wrong number.
Alright, thank you for your time.
The buyers of this property, I'm sure, and so that is an option. I think at this point.
Hello?
Hello, this is Teresa.
Hey Teresa, how are you doing? By any chance, do you know Mark French? I'm looking to speak to Mark French. I might have the wrong number though.
Yes, there's no one with that name that works here.
Alright, thank you for your time.
Bye-bye.
Hello? Hello?
Hola.
Hola, is this Romulo?
Who?
Romulo.
No.
Okay. Do you guys own a property in Frost Avenue?
No, I do not.
Alright.
Not on 4th Avenue.
Do you have any property you're looking to sell by any chance?
Not necessarily looking to sell.
Okay, not necessarily. What are you looking to do?
I mean, you probably won't want to meet my asking price.
I mean, that depends. What is the price? I can run.
I'm looking at 250 or better.
250 or better. All right. I mean, I can run the numbers and see how much we can offer, and then call you back.
Okay. Well, I have to talk it over with my wife and make sure that's what we want to do as well. We run a group home out of it.
talk for with the Board of Mental Health. So yeah.
Okay. You say do you own a group home together with it?
Yeah.
Okay. So what is the address of the house, the one that you're looking to get 254?
What is the what?
The address.
The address, 1946 9th Street.
9th Street. All right. So when is a good time?
Hello?
Hello, hey, is this Mauricio?
Huh?
Mauricio. Looking to speak.
With you?
Yeah, Mauricio.
No, problem.
All right. Thank you for calling back.
the terms, you know. But the deal's good enough, somewhere between 50 and 200,000. That's how good the deal is. Like the better the deal, you know, money. Of course, the deal less money, but doing on a good deal, like 20% on a bad deal, 5%.
Cool. I'll let them know.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, man. Hey. Yeah. So I just talked to one of my cash buyers. Buys these types of deals all the time. So he said that over there it's overpriced and the rents aren't that good. And this is somebody that owns millions. He typically has about 5 million, like ready to go at any point. And owns a lot of strip malls and all that. So he just bought 9 properties on the island, Sandy Springs, Walnut. So like he's always. So what he said was the rent suck, and then people like over there is expensive, but he just can never understand why people pay anything close to that, because from a cash flow standpoint, it just doesn't work out. Which kind of answers the question of why people have like jumping down trying to get this deal. But what he said he will do and wouldn't mind doing is that he doesn't mind if it's a seller finance. Now, I understand that you may have positioned it to them in the past as such, but maybe there could be some things, and typically for people inherit properties, this isn't really an option that they love. They just like selling it and getting cash flow. But just looking at the stats, where I see 2 saves, which means that it's not a great deal. Yeah, if you go to other properties, you may see 100. You may see a lot of saves because people, it's a good deal. But 2 saves tells me that one is probably yours and somebody else, you know. So
Absolutely right. I saw that as well. And so, what do you propose that I do next? What is the next step?
the next step would be to renegotiate.
Okay. That's fair, right?
Yeah, absolutely. This happens all the time.
Does it belong to you?
Now, in renegotiating the deal,
I think they were washing it.
You wash it now?
Yeah.
Oh.
They washed it yesterday, so
Oh.
well, something along the lines of
maybe they're still sleeping.
based on your inspection,
The room told me to come
the
and
numbers doesn't work for price that
to
you paid.
what can I
Yes, I have that in the clause.
But this one not belong to them.
Perfect. And are you still within your inspection?
My due diligence expired. My
Okay.
due diligence expired, but according to the stipulation, I didn't put it based on the due diligence. I'm gonna have to let you see it because it's interesting that you said that because I went out and had my own inspector go out and inspect the property, okay? He came back with all the details on the property and I still so bad, man. But just recently,
target is an investor, some type of investor like the person. So that's the reason
This is a message for Courtney Green. Courtney Green, please leaving effort disconnect. If you are Courtney Green, please continue to listen to this message.
Let's say I'm able to talk to the agent or
Hello, it's Joseph.
Hi, did someone just call my phone?
I probably somebody from our company. Do you guys own the property 1985 Canton Street?
No.
Alright, thank you then. Probably the wrong number. I said, you'll have stuff on final approval from buyers. Final approval from buyers in regards to finding in section reference. So I have added to the contract. Perfect. So the interpretation you can remove it for but I was my problem that there's some deposit. I deposit added. That was money. Together. But money comes down so I don't have it. Also, for the remaining session, question taken, it's amazing. So, 2 o'clock, we're gonna get on this. I'm gonna reach out. I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna call her. Okay, wait. Knowing that you're there. So, beneficial. Okay. For the people. Never what number so random sound number. So to me what I'm touch base actually. Checking everything. Let them know that in the last day my partner can sue it. Is it gonna buy this wrong? Click to you later. On the status. So, thank you. Bye. Wow. Wow. 5 minutes. No. I don't know. No. That's crazy. Very long. Alright. 100%. That goes down. By ourselves, like.
So that person is actually their cousin. Their cousin is a probate lawyer who just got his license revoked.
answering the question that you asked.
how long
Is how long
before it
before
actually
goes to court.
is what you're asking,
That's
or is
asking.
somebody
Why
else
is
where
somebody
it's
else
open to the public?
jumping to public?
Because isn't that what's
Okay.
next? If they continue to
What
not
is
pay
it?
the property
They
taxes,
continue not to
then
pay
it goes
what
to
after the
auction.
auction.
Is that correct?
Auction.
So yes,
That's right.
that's
That's correct.
how
That's
long
what
is that going to take?
how long
Is
it's going to
there,
take.
secondly, is
Yeah,
there
secondly.
anything that I can do to
Two.
stabilize your first bid
Hello?
before?
Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hey, my name is Joseph. I'm looking to speak to the property owner on 9202 Press Street.
I'm sorry?
Do you guys own a property in Press Street, Green Drive?
No, I get the wrong number.
Alright, thank you for your time.
Oh.
Owner is alive, because we could consider
alive.
him to be the owner now. If that person is alive and nobody has a power of attorney to sign on his behalf,
On his behalf?
it has to go through the state
That's
to
it.
then kind of go through that process.
Gotcha. So I just have to wait until it's auction.
No option.
No, you need to just
You
find
need
him.
to find him.
You gotta find him. Get a
Gotta
number
find
for him.
Get a number for him.
I got numbers. He ain't answering. I've emailed. He's not emailing me back. I've emailed 3-4 times, and that's why I keep going up the nephew, because I'm like, if I keep bothering you, maybe you'll go bother your cousin.
Yeah. Go knock on
Yeah,
that
knock
door,
it
yo.
They're in Nebraska.
Oof.
That's why I was like, I don't think they want this property. All of them live in Nebraska. Their late uncle moved there back in the like early 1900s, 1920s.
So who do we have in sub 2 in Nebraska? Have them go knock on the door.
Talking about the cousin's door?
Go knock on the executor door. Whoever it is, go have somebody go knock on that door and try to get the contract. People in sub 2 has had me do that before.
Okay, good. Thanks. See, now we're talking. I was like, I don't have any other.
No, just go knock on that door. I've done that for a smoking deal. I'm like, I'm not letting this get away. We made like 40 grand on that deal, and it was like I had to go knock on that lady's door because she wasn't trying to answer. I'm like, I need you to sign this paper. Yeah, when deals is like gets past a certain amount, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, this one is like I really want it because it's in my neighborhood. We're investing in it. We're trying to like, make our neighborhood pretty again. So I really do want this one. But okay, I'll do that. My second question is, do you know
your party's extension? Please enter it now. For a dial by name director.
is the deal. I found me a good one right here. I'm in the Heights, one of the most desirable neighborhoods in all of the 713. Number one's the deal. Number two's the debt. You got to get a bank that's willing to lend on that. We're working on that right now. The debt market's insane right now, and I'm still learning how to play that game, making connections, getting relationships with people. I've had money quoted to me at 3 3/4, all the way down to 2.75, and then last night got some money quoted to me at under 2%. Insane in the membrane. Changes everything in the game when you can get your debt right. The third part of the deal is cash, equity. How much can you put down to buy the deal? So many of you out there would be looking at deals this size if you knew how to get the debt and the equity, but because you think you're short on debt and equity, you reduce the deal size or the location or the quality of the asset. I'm giving you a big tip here for nothing. I mean, Jay-Z charged you 99 cents for a song download. You learn something from it. I'm giving you this for free. Click the link, the little bell, the notification, so you get notified when I'm doing this if you like the information. But most of you are chasing the debt, the equity, when the truth is you should be chasing the deal, because the right deal with the right story in the right location, the right traffic, the right renter, it'll always bring the money. I'll tell you a story. I just did a deal in Boca Raton. I paid $70 million for the deal. And I knew, like, I moved on this deal so fast, it was unbelievable, because I knew that market, right? I didn't have to do a lot of research because I'd already done the research. So I still did the research, right? Because I'd already done the research, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to go check out this restaurant right now, see how they're doing. And bought the deal, closed the deal. Very little due diligence, by the way. Just wham. Looking for reasons to buy the deal because I knew the location. We raised the rents $500 a month already. I've been in it 60 days. We just had one, maybe two rent leases come in at $1,000 more than they were before we bought them. And we got great plans for the property. We're going to do great stuff for the tenants there. Point is, when you raise the rents, man, guess what? You make the property better. You have more money to take care of your tenants. It improves the value of the property and gives you some momentum in that property. And then momentum to buy more deals. Now, if I can do this with this same property across the street, it's 12:30 in the morning. I think I'm in a restaurant, but nobody's here. There's one person here on Wednesday. I'm like, that's not good. Now, maybe this place bangs tonight. That's why I'll come back tonight at 6 o'clock to see how it's doing. Point is, dude, find the right deal, in the right location, at the right time, and the right price. The debt and equity will follow. I called the lender today. He's like, I paid $69 million. They're like, we'll give you $60 million on that deal based on its performance just in the last 60 days since you took ownership. That is unbelievable. That means I only need $9 million to buy the deal, and I've already raised 20. So if you have a deal, you're trying to pitch a deal, you don't have the cash, you don't have the debt, you don't know that part of the game yet, don't worry about it, man. Join the mastermind. Every second Wednesday, starting this Wednesday, we'll do a call. You can pitch your deal. There'll be other investors, about 100 investors on the call with me and my team. And then twice a year, we meet in person to exchange ideas, exchange deals, talk about deals, pitch deals. I'll tell you when a deal sucks, and I'll tell you when a deal is great. Who knows? Maybe I'll even fund the deal with you. I'd be a good partner to have. And then also including that is a special bonus. So click the link below to see what that is. It's basically a 3-day mastermind summit. If you've never been to my real estate class, it is insanely, like, if you're new, it's great. If you're novice, it's freaking necessary. You've got to do this. If you're experienced,
Hello.
Hey, is this Fernando?
May I ask who's calling, please?
Yeah, Fernando. My name is Joseph. I just wanted to see if you guys are looking to sell any properties soon.
No, at this time, sir. I'm busy right now. No.
Okay. Are you
Thank
buying?
you.
By
Thank
any
you.
chance? Buying? Hello?
Hello?
Hey.
Hi, is this Katie? Can I help you?
Hey, Katie. My name is Joseph. I'm not sure if I got the wrong number or not, but do you guys own the property on 164 South Richardson Avenue?
What?
Do you guys own any property in Columbus?
No.
Alright. Thank you for your time.
Bye.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, is this Myron?
No, you got a wrong number.
Oh, sorry about that. Thank you.
Take your call now. At the tone, please record your message.
Hello? Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Hi, David.
Oh, go ahead.
Hey, David. My name is Ricardo. How you doing?
Pretty good, I guess.
Awesome. Calling about the property on 4th Street. We had contacted you about a year ago about it. I think you not sure here in the notes. We almost have nothing. I wanted to call you and catch up with you and see if you catch me up to speed about it.
Wait, y'all want to buy it?
Where if you're selling, there's a possibility. Yes, of course. Is this
Well, it's for sale.
okay? Is this a rental property for you?
It used to be my home, and it used to be my business. The back part has a big garage in it, 4530. There's an awning, probably like 80, maybe by 100.
Okay.
It's
There are 3 down there and 4 up here. Yes. Well, no, I mean, to keep it affordable and keep it. coming back. I said going there.
glad you liked it, man. I really was anticipating you saying like, "Ah, it was all right. It's not real Jamaican isn't my type of food," but I'm surprised you like it.
Man, I like all kinds of food for the most part. Like, but like I don't know, I just started eating Indian food recently, and that shit's pretty fucking good. Like, yeah, I mean, I know people like shit on it because it smells like curry, but some of their dishes are pretty solid.
Thanks. So is Durham right on the cusp of Raleigh? Are they kind of like the same thing?
Yeah, they're really close. There's like a highway that divides them.
Okay.
Not really divides them, but that connects them.
Yeah.
So there's definitely, they're definitely separate. Like Raleigh, I guess, is a city, and then Durham's like a really small city, but they're just really close.
Okay.
And there's a lot of like people moving here. There's a lot of like tech jobs.
Nice.
Like Google's putting an office here, Apple, other Epic Games. I don't even know. They do like Fortnite. They're building like a gaming arena around here, which I guess is a big deal, supposedly.
Yeah, I've never been, man. I've never been to North Carolina.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much to see. I'm not sure, like, Raleigh, Durham, especially a great place to live. I'm not sure why it's, like, ranked so high.
Are you far from, is it Winston-Salem, or am I thinking of a different state?
There is a Winston-Salem in North Carolina. About, like, an hour or so.
Nice. You ever heard of Max Maxwell?
Yeah, I know he's over in Winston-Salem, right? Killing it?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Killing it.
Yeah, he's over here in Durham. He stays out of Durham once he finds out I'm here, so.
Yeah. So Ted, you were saying you were working on some deal with you're still working on that rap?
Yeah, I'm working on one with Angel Bowden. He's in South Carolina. He's from Puerto Rico. He finds Hispanic rap buyers. So
yeah.
We found one for this property that's really fucked up. Like, squatters fucked it up. There's like it's disgusting. Like, the roof's caving in, but hey, they're ready to put $8K down. So I got it with the seller for $2K down.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so it's not quite $10K, but maybe cash flow like $200 a month for 11 years.
And you don't have to do anything. I mean, you're right in the middle, right? You just hold the note. Are you
actually? Mm-hmm. I will have to close on it, so then I sell it on a land contract. Like an installment sale contract. So I'll hold the deed, but then they'll just have to make payments to me. I guess the way that, I'm not sure how Pace does it, but, or maybe it depends on the state.
Yeah.
You can't really, at least from around here, and Reese said the same thing, you can't really put a second mortgage or a second note on a property without first holding the title for the deed, which sucks.
That's high level stuff, man. You're blowing my mind right now. I can't even follow you.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. It's like wholesaling so much better.
So you say basically you're gonna put it under a land contract in order to wholesale the note?
Oh no, just to put a buyer under a contract.
Say it again.
I buy it like regular. I take the deed, and then I sell it on a land contract so the other person gets ownership, but I hold the deed.
And they don't get the deed until they pay it off.
Exactly. Yep.
Pay you off.
Yeah, and so I don't have to quote unquote foreclose on them. They stop paying. I can just quote unquote victim. Yeah.
Yeah. That's your specialty, isn't it? I mean, that's more your style, the raps.
I guess it's just a lot of work, man. Like Joy Austin talks about, it makes it sound so easy.
I know, right?
It's oh yeah, you just find a buyer, come in there, they'll pay more. Like there's so many like little steps involved, and it's just so annoying.
Think about this though, bro. Once you get it locked in, you're gonna be you could be sitting there taking the crap, and you're gonna get that money to your account. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I fucked up so many times on my last one, but this one, I just got my buyer, or Angel, the guy, he just had his buyer drop off an $8,000 cashier's check. So it's like, now I know they're committed.
Yeah, for sure.
I closed on the last property, and my buyer was like, I'm not gonna buy it because there was like back assessment charges, like nuisance charges.
Mm-hmm.
So then I had to get those cleared up, then I found a new buyer. But this time, I'm virtually double closing it.
Virtually double closing it. Man, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That is awesome. So let me ask you this, Ted. Are you still there?
I'm here.
Is a rap kind of your last resort? Because in my mind, the way I invest, I would put a rap. What made you rap this property? Like, did you go through other strategies, or did you just was like, oh, I'm rapping this because of
I got too anxious. I wanted to wrap it because I got this, like, the seller didn't want to go down his price. Now I'm able to work him down, but I had another deal in the same area that I was also had on seller finance. I was like, oh man, it's gonna be so easy. The Joy Austin method. And find that right buyer, especially on the stuff. Yeah, you make money on the down payment and then you sell it than what you bought it for. So I'm buying it at $35,000 and I'm selling it for $50,000. My interest is 5% interest.
with our equity, of course. And then what do you got it at?
8.5% interest.
So I'm looking at the seller.
With the seller is 3% interest.
3% interest.
Oh, 3. There you go. So it's an equity play and you get the interest rate.
Interest rate.
Yep.
The only thing that I have against raps, and I guess Pace teaches this too, is that appreciation. But right now, it's like if we don't, 10 or more, however, if we're not really bringing in a bunch of income, it shouldn't be too much of a deal as far as like the appreciation.
Yeah, exactly. And plus, this area is a rough area. I don't far away. Doing a rehab this far away. I mean, now going forward to do more deals in this area, I'm going to be more stressed on total price. It should both of them should have a lower price. Because I was thinking I could do so much, but it was good originally.
Yeah. Watching that video earlier kind of helped too, because it's like we work hard. It's like
which video?
Not in our budget to do it. We'll be fix and flip it or do whatever, then put it back in. Optimize your profit. It don't have to be a fix and flip, but
yeah,
to where your labor pays off versus just getting a quick wholesale check.
True that.
But I love wholesale.
Well, I like wholesale more now.
Oh yeah, I remember this lady. She didn't have the time. She Is that you, Raymond? Oh.
Yeah, I was
Okay. What up, Bianca?
Hi.
What's going on?
Nothing much. How are you?
I'm here.
Good here. Hey, where? I don't know if you can hear me. So, where are you trying to pull up that Minneapolis property?
You want able to find this address? Yeah, I don't know if he can talk.
Hello.
He's been texting.
Yeah, maybe he'll just text that.
See if I can pull it up, and it's in prop stream too. Ooh, look like they got negative.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I've been having issues with my mic all morning. Hey.
Yeah,
so I pulled that address up on Google Earth and it just took me straight to a corner, like in between, like right in front of a fire department. And I was like, what?
Yeah.
And then there's no photos of it online, and then on Trulia, it has the exact, place that I found on Google Earth, which is right in front of a fire department. So I was like, where is this place?
Yeah. How'd you find it? You do a virtual drive for dollars?
No, so I was trying to find comps for this app. This was one of them, and then I'm over.
You in the Indianapolis market?
Yeah.
Have you called them already to verify the address?
Called who?
The Minneapolis property owner?
No. Because I just on this address right now.
Okay, because I just gave me the address, kind of get it wrong, and then when I called them, in contact people, saying, "Hey, I got your property," but maybe that's the first conversation. Because I see it on Redfin.
This is more so of a comp that I was trying to find. And then, there's no photos on Flowrate or Realtor.com. And then pulled it up on Google Earth, and then it just straight to a fire department. Actually, scratch that, I might have found it. So the address I gave was what did I tell you? 11th Avenue North. The exact address is North 11th Avenue. I genuinely don't even know what difference that makes, but
So what was the deal with this property? You said you were comping and this was one of the comps?
yeah. And then so I was looking for photos, to make sure it's like a good comp. And then I couldn't find any photos online, so I was like, okay, let me see where this is even at. So I go on Google Earth, and it just takes me straight to a fire department. I was like, okay. And then I just realized right now that the exact address I was looking for is 1502 North 11th Avenue. When I put that in Google Earth, it actually pulled up the house, and I'm just confused how that even made a difference. It's like the same exact address.
Wow. Is it the deal that you're working on that you're getting comps for? Or is it one that you trying to figure out your offer price?
A little bit of both. I'm trying to figure out an offer price for this seller. I was gonna call back later today. Well, so I guess the seller wanted, somewhere along the lines of 300. I was going for about 315. So I was like, okay. Just there was nothing online, so this was not the greatest I but then there were some comps that were crossing the matrix. Okay, do I have the same subdivision? So I was like, am I even allowed for it? I took back all. It was like right there. One more than I was over there. Yeah, for sure. That's what if I could a couple years and then the last thing I want to do is a main. Yeah.
Repeating and listening. Speak softly. Speak thinking. While it lays. Motions into the word. While it lays. And question. While the question. Motions into the word.
And I hope this seller didn't die.
Relevant.
I'm worried about when she needs to get to retreat. Fucked up.
I hope that cancellation to sign.
What's up, McDuffie? What's yours? Yep. I'm in Atlanta, man. Man, forget about the house, man. I'm glad you okay, man. I was worried about you. How you feeling?
I'm wide open. Just down to the point towards the outside.
Oh man, you still out here buying stuff?
I got $1,000. The car's gone 400.
Still there? Your daughter?
Nobody's here. I just haven't gotten in.
Hey man, I was gonna say she was talked to her last week.
What's that?
Cause she care about you, man.
A survey's new into also private parking.
Yeah, she happened to make all this stuff that we've done making.
Okay. So you got released and you wide open. You feel much better.
Oh yes, sir. My boy that helps me, that works for me, he's been over here all day today, and I had 2 nurses in and out.
Oh, you got nurses, man. I need some nurses.
Well, they're not nurses. They're advisors. They come and check me over and everything like that. Then they're going to come back, but they're going to bring people with them that exercise in my speech and working my legs and stuff like that.
Okay.
And I told my little one, I said, you used to run 2 miles on that. I said, came in 3rd place for the state of Georgia in 1967. They said, oh my gosh, that fell on my time. I said, I know it. I was like, didn't weigh but about 130 pounds then.
How old are you?
I'm not but 81.
That's it?
Yes, sir.
Damn, man. Still kicking too. I said, and you still kicking at 81.
To live for. I mean, you know what I'm saying? But I know a lot of people, they just lay down and die, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to run a backhoe and stuff, and I'm going to show them how to bring you backhoe thing.
I hear you. You eat your vegetables?
Oh my gosh, I eat vegetables. I eat my boiled peanuts right now. Place down here right behind McDonald's up there, and we go there and we buy about 4 of them. They buy a little bag, but we that way we can just eat them whenever we want.
You in heaven. You in heaven over there, man.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. What are you doing up there in Atlanta, Georgia?
Just real estate.
real estate. And see, I had one man that wanted that 30. He called me. He said, Mr. McDuffie, you don't remember me, but he said, I helped you build Burger King and one of our stores going to watch the burger. I said, what? I said, we ran 3 shifts. He said, well, I'm one of the players. He said, I had you to, I financed you and everything like that. He said, so you said you had 3 people, 3 shifts running you good. And he said, you built it in 30 days. He said, oh, I'd like you to go over there and build me Chick-fil-A in Perry, Georgia. I said, I got one. He said, but I'm going to put one right there by the fairgrounds mall. And he said, but I don't go there. I said, you do? He said, yeah. He said, you put you dug a hole for one of my men down there, and we put a sign up in there, and it's about 150 feet long. I remember that. I said, didn't even take my excavator off of it. She gonna give me $500. He said, how you remember?
Nitro.
Remember what I done over there? He's not down there.
What's up?
What's up, bro?
I'm good, man. Keep talking, bro.
Where you been?
I'm here, bro.
Let's go world something else, though.
Yeah, it sure is, man. I'm just glad you're doing better, man. I was just calling to check on you today because I spoke with Phil. Yeah, that's good.
Well, find out what you do with that house. So let's go ahead and sell it. So I'm not at for that fancy backhoe.
Oh man, you want to use my money to buy something? Oh man, that's not very.
He got me 3 black kids, and I'm gonna raise them, and I'm gonna show them we'll buy them 2 more houses over here joining the farm. Then at the wheel, they're gonna be able to come out on my easement and stuff like that. And they're going to be able to, I'm going to put it in the dad's name. First time he don't pay the bill, I'm going to take it out and put it in mine and their name. And then I'm going to have them, they'll be young enough that I could tell them, see, we ran out of stuff down there for $2,000 a month. And so by that time there, they'd be able to run them houses for about $2,000. Because they'll be able to have horses. We got 7 horses back here on one of my pieces of land.
Really?
And a house. And he got 7 horses out here, but we get around $2,100 a month out of him on kind of horse and a big house.
Really? Well, I hope you wrong, man. Just in case, God forbid, something does happen to you. You know, they'll know what to do.
They say I'll need to write a book, but won't you come on down? Doesn't matter. So we go over and look at it. Anything you want to do, I'll take you over and show it to you. If everything, show you what all I've done to it. I mean, that's been our baby.
You sure you don't want to put it off until you get a little bit better?
Oh, Lord, no. My daughter, my ex-wife, she's an overseer.
Oh,
She
Captain?
doesn't anything, but I'll stand in front of her. Yeah, I'm ready to, because, like I say, this one man called my day, and he wanted me to go in and start. And let's say one day last week, before I had that stroke, the man called me up there in Macon, Georgia. I mean, no, in Atlanta up there. And he's been Logan's down there.
Nitro.
And for the sewer station. I said, oh my God.
Okay, and so you're just really waiting on the tenants to leave first, and then I said you were more so waiting for the tenants to leave first before selling.
You're breaking up. So what's your name? I can call you back once we get out of these coolers and trees and stuff. So you're breaking up, and I can't hear you.
Okay, when would be a better time for me to give you a call back? I can call back, no problem.
Yeah,
because you got time.
Can I just call you back? Because I can't just...
And put a bathroom and a washroom back.
Nitro.
You know, so I say,
What's good, bro?
See, it's a 3-bedroom on one side and a 1-bedroom
You're
on the other side.
multitasking or what?
What you said?
You're multitasking?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. It's just when we went down to the tax assessor, it shows that it's a duplex.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Oh yeah, it shows it. They came over and one time and told me I couldn't have that. I said, how you gonna do that? I don't know. Well, he said, well, you're right there. So I mean, they let us right there. But see, it was around $1,200, $1,300 a month. And I mean, that's unreal. You know what I mean? And then we're fixing they moving out there here on one of my farms, and we rent that for $1,400. And when they move out, we go in there and redo everything and fix it all back up. I'm gonna clean out some land for the creek down there, and I'm gonna rent it out for $2,000 a month. And that's 2 deers a year, and shoot them. Nothing, just 1 hour.
Wow. Interesting.
$2,000 a month right there.
Yeah, that's a pretty good return. The way that I look at it.
Oh yeah.
What I like to do with the properties that I buy is, you know, I buy it up front with cash, but then I like to take the paper to the bank and have them do a refinance. That way I can pull the money right back out. And if I did that with this,
that'd be great, yeah.
Yeah, but when I do it with the property you have in Warner, what they're going to do is they're going to order an appraisal, and that appraiser is going to match it to like property. So it's going to find.
Hello.
There's 2 properties. One is 55,000 and the other one is 80,000. But the one that's 80,000 is in, I mean, tip-top shape, man. I mean, it's new roof, new AC, paint, flooring. I mean, it's in really good condition. But hey, I'm not saying that you should take anything less, McDuffie. What I'm saying is that I don't think that I'm the right buyer for you and your daughter, but I think that, you know, the other offers you guys got, you might want to roll with that.
Yeah. Well, see, they had called me back. That's the reason I jumped on you real quick, because, see, I'm already 81, and every day I get older, every day, and see, I'm not being able to watch this for work. And see, I would probably took one of these jobs, but still, I want some brand new stuff. I'm used to brand new stuff. I'm managed to start on to go to work, stuff like that. I don't want no tire to go be going flat on, kind of got the bent around, rim, stuff like that. I mean, the little things like that, see, all my stuff is old, so, I mean, I got a big old motor out here, it's 35 foot long, weighs 35,000 pounds, got a 12-foot blade on the bottom of it. I can get it with an inch, and that's how my eyes are. I can jump up on, I don't jump up on that one. I put a 14-foot ladder there, and I climb up on it and step over on it. I'm great anything with it.
Damn. Man, you
it's old.
Yeah. That's awesome, man. You really impressed me.
I can't sell my ass rest of my life. I mean, if I die, I'm going to be dying on it in Christmas.
You going to be down where?
I'm going to be on one of them pieces of machinery.
Oh, damn.
See, I got an excavator down there, reached out 35 feet. It weighs about 70,000 pounds. And when it walks, man, the ground just shakes. It weighs 70,000 pounds.
Damn, 70,000 pounds.
Yes, sir. The ground's got to walk that. It puts a tree over 100 foot tall. I just dig around about 4 or 5 times. You got a 4-foot bucket on it. 4 foot wide. That's wide as you tailgate on a pickup truck.
Hey, man, I got a couple of people I want to get rid of. Can I bring them to you if you put that machine on them?
Listen here. I come from Delaware County. They got crocodiles down there. They will crush the head. That way nobody never knows who they were.
Damn, that's even better, man.
Bring them on down. I go there with you.
Mafia
house, I'll do it free.
Hey, Mafia McDuffie. That's your new nickname, man. You the Mafia.
Well, I tell you, it's something else down here. My boys, I've had about, I'd say at least 10 or 12 to go in up here tell you where, but anyway, my cousin ran it, and they just go in and pay it. They let me take a picture of you and pick up your license now. But I mean, that CDL license now, them things worth about $5,000. And everybody's got a health card worth
Oh, nice. Nice, man. Hey, McDuff, I got to jump off of here, man.
I don't care. Call us back and let us know what the top song you can give us. Send it on that email or whatever it is.
All right, I'll send it.
From me with all that, but I got my board Lester. Lester here. He does that, and my secretary does too. But then that way we know what we're looking at when we go from there.
That sounds like a plan. If all fails, I'll send it to Kathy too.
Okay.
All right.
Just give me a holler.
All right, McDuffie.
All right. Okay. All right.
Bye. That guy is off the hook, man. 80 years old. Bianca, was you on the phone or you was faking?
No, I was on the phone and I was like excited because I actually let you guys hear the conversation, but I was just typing into the thing. Like I use smartphone, and I noticed sometimes I don't always have a good connection. And I actually have to like pick it up, and I'm thinking about not using smartphone anymore because I constantly have a problem with people hearing me.
Oh, so the person who you was talking to couldn't hear you.
Right.
Oh, dang.
So I had to like pick it up so she could hear me better, but she really couldn't hear me. But yeah. What do you any of, what am I trying to say? For your follow-up.
Now, Pat, I pay like text, unlimited calling, cause I hand out. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I hand out too. Do you use call tools? I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name, but say he. Is that right, y'all? Do you know how to pronounce it?
It's Sue. Most 90% of people get it wrong first time. It's all good.
One more time, pronounce it because it's like echoey.
Sue.
Okay, do you use call tools to do your follow-ups as well?
Yeah, I use call tools for everything, to be honest. Cold call, follow-ups. But for follow-ups, they just have like a little keypad, so I just plug in the numbers right then and there, and then just dial.
Gotcha, okay. Yeah, I still dial by hand because I don't have that far to go.
If you don't want to use your phone number, you can always use a Google Voice number. That's free. I just call from my phone a Google Voice number. So I'm not voicing myself now.
I used to use Google Voice, but I didn't like when I was calling out. It said it. I mean, when you're calling it, it said it's Google Voice.
Very good.
You can change it, but then when people dialing, you don't know the number.
Yeah, we have to talk about that too.
But I'm thinking how much I pay for smartphones.
And she doesn't, and I don't think she wants to deal with like television, so she's open to. Okay, let me come back.
Once you pay for the subscription, and then on top of that, like for your text messages, it's
introducing himself.
My last bit.
This is Ethel. How are you? Hi, Ethel.
Right.
He went to introducing the person in the house.
How you doing? I'm doing well, thank you.
This is Google Voice or, you know, I know call tools like Badge Dial or whatnot. They got numbers that can be marked spam, said, and Google Voice number. Has an issue with?
I have.
Voice have an issue with spam.
I have no idea. I don't like cold calls.
What he did is not taking care of some patients. What did you say?
Oh damn! I forgot I had a coupon. So usually it's $50 a month, and then you also have to pay for text messaging. But I got a promo code for 30% off, so it's $35 a month, and I have to pay for text messaging in and out text messaging.
Gotcha. Can you call from your computer too, or just your phone?
I can call from my computer too, but I never tried it. Only my phone.
I usually do it, but I can't with if I'm on this like virtual office because the audio gets all messed up.
Yeah, but I'm experiencing that on my phone.
Yeah.
So, But
Hey George, so one of the addresses I was comping, so I went all the way back to the beginning of 2019, and it came to be that this an exact property, I mean, it's the same parameters and everything, but the city paid $2 million for it.
What? 2 million?
Yeah, I don't know, so I looked under it, and it's the, let me see here, community housing resources.
So you're basically trying to get the most accurate ARV, so when you go back and talk to the seller, you'll know where to anchor?
Yeah, basically.
So what I do, if the seller doesn't give me a number, is I tinker between the tax assessor value, which you can find online, and I tinker between that and Zillow. And
He gave me a number already, so he gave me 300, which is basically retail, because everything else I'm seeing is 305, 315-ish. But the problem with those is they're not even fully rehabbed, they just as is conditions, so I don't even know what the true ARV is. And then I just went back all the way just to begin 2019, and I just city paid $2 million for like the exact same property. And I was just out there, I can't even find any accurate comps, so wholesaling this, I don't know, might be a bit difficult. So I was gonna try to go more creatively, try to pitch them on terms to see if you even nudge that way.
I mean, so two things. One thing is when you do comps and you do a rehab, you want to follow suit in the neighborhood. You don't want to overdo your renovation. You can still get, a return, but how much of that are you going to get? I mean, it can be done. That's just my opinion. But the second thing is, even if you do, if he's at 300, I mean, is that price negotiable? Will it be a deal at 295? I mean, what were you trying to, are you going to pitch on terms or an option contract? What's your exit strategy on it?
Alright.
Yeah, so I was thinking wholesale first, and then I did a deal way down the low more, so more towards like 210-ish.
But I am looking at basic, so
because
I'm showing you guys.
Well, you did make a good point. You said
conversation with sellers, so I'm actually glad we haven't gotten to that point in the mentorship for a lot of students. But I am looking at basic, so
I'll probably just go back and just
Air Maxi or Anteric.
Yeah, because it feels like this
wants 165 for a house that's worth 140. So you say the ARV is 140, but the current value is 150. I'm confused by that.
But is he at least
so I don't really have access to the MLS, so what I use is
no problem. But your current value is higher than what the ARV Maybe it's just a typo, I don't know, but your ARV is what the house could be worth if it was completely renovated, so you have that at 140.
Oh yeah. The ARV in that area is was 182.
Okay,
so what I did earlier was
ARV here. Okay,
I looked at like an iBuyer,
and
they said they paid for like they paid a property at
okay, that makes this make a lot more sense.
That's before you
this lady wants 50 grand more than what Zillow's telling her. That's crazy.
No, he has tenants inside there. But I think they're on a month to month.
Okay, that's perfect.
And Derek, how many of the phone calls have you heard me do or watch?
Get it as low as you can.
Probably.
Make sure it fits the iBuyer's buy box. Get it under contract during the due diligence. You have them inspected, and that way you can. I mean, this is the thing. Are you going to be able to double close or do an assignment with this iBuyer, or do you have to own the property outright before they buy it from you?
For sure. I gotta own it outright.
Yeah. Okay.
But for that, I'll probably try to find private money.
There you go. There you go. So it still could be a deal if your iBuyer is going to come in at 350. It for sure can be a deal.
Would it make more sense for me to like go see the property and then try to get it? Just try to get it.
I would do it with the iBuyer because the seller really, even though they're month to month, you probably this representative